leveling, loot, and abilities. This, ladies and gents, is Vault Hunters. If you have ever wanted to play a pack where grinding is key, then this pack is peak. You have an altar to which you submit items. This makes a crystal. In the portal, the crystal goes, and just like that, you have a randomly generated roguelike dungeon. And then it's time to loot, and loot! It's time to become your own solo leveling adventure. By the way, for those watching the show, how sick is that one? Like, honestly. All jokes aside, guys, if you like RPG games with a lot of grinding, many different skill point tabs, a quest line, and even transmogrification, then I am 100% sure you'll like this pack. Also, just take a moment to check how beautiful these randomly generated vaults are. Alright, and without further ado, I'm your boy ElAbro, and here we go! First, there was pain. This noob died so many times before he did 100 days. Check this. Oh, there's a skeleton over there. Oh, yeah. Now I can start a new world, luckily. Be honest. So wait. Oh! Oh, no! 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 Fuck! That's ass. That is so much fucking ass. One damn turtle. Here we go. Oh my god. I haven't seen dripstone a lot, though. Oh my! Okay, on my next world, I'm getting feather falling 4 instantly. This is absolute ass. Oh my god! X marks the spot, and there's no loot. Oh, oh, oh! Oh, oh! We need chromatic iron and we need vault stones. Really? Right. Okay. Many skeletons and zombies. Okay, that is hurting a lot. I need to heal up. I need to heal up. Stop, stop, stop. Oh my god! You gotta be absolutely kidding me! I swear to god this mod pack has got me driven to the edge of my mental sanity. It has some really weird modifiers. Not sure if I'm... Oh my god. Oh. You gotta be joking. Alright, well, that's been our first attempt of Vault Hunters.
Oh, she had tail, so no, she cool me off.
And just like that, we made it into the world of Vault Hunters. With a beautiful sunrise on the horizon, I started collecting my first logs. I made a basic tool set consisting of just a wooden pickaxe, and then we were off to one of the first caves, where I would gather up 6 cobblestone to make a stone axe and a stone pickaxe. These were the only 2 starting tools that I needed, and after that it was up to me to decide what I was gonna do next. I did open my map really quick to check out some of the hotspots on the map. For example, this sunken ship was gonna be one of the hotspots that I'd need to visit, because we are in need of emeralds. And yeah, you might think, why in the world would you need emeralds in the beginning of your world? Well, to put it simply, I have played through the first days of Vault Hunters more times than I would like to admit. And one thing that I have noticed is that I'd gotten perfect, near perfect, at knowing exactly what items that I need in order to kickstart this world into overdrive. Meaning, there's a couple of different items that I need to collect before we hit our first vault. One of those things requires me to find first some iron, because man, surviving is the #1 priority. So I went straight into the mines to gather up iron and coal. Now, the reason I am gathering up coal is because we gotta go down to the deep slate layer pretty much instantly. And you won't find any coal or any other fuel sources there. Well, I mean, except for lava, but yeah, well, you first have to get iron to get lava, if you know what I mean. So I gathered up as much iron as I could in order to make a bucket. That is the first thing that I needed to make. And to make some basic armory. Now, as you can see, my armor bar is only at 2 and we are kitted out in almost full iron. It didn't take me long to find one of my first points of interest, which is Vault Stone. It is the black rock that you saw before, but that is for a secondary quest, so we first have to find something else. Mainly, diamonds. We need 6 diamonds in order to have enough to do everything we need before we hit our first vault. I already found 2 now, and I continued my search. I found these 3 creepies, and I let them blow themselves up, which solved one of my issues at least. And then I was continuing in my search for diamonds. Now, it did take quite a while before I could actually find a couple of extra diamonds, but I had some lo-fi on. You know, a lo-fi mining session always goes pretty hard, and I managed to scrounge up the last of my remaining diamonds while I was going for that iron vein. Kind of a lucky find, I'll have to admit that one. But the next item on the list was a little bit more difficult to find, and that is chromatic iron. I first did another smelting session to get the last of my iron armor. Oh man, I am messing up iron. Yeah, no, I'm just gonna keep saying it the way I say it always. I managed to finish up setting myself an iron armor set, and I made a diamond pickaxe because we needed obsidian. We also need 6 obsidian to make all of the things that we need before hitting that first vault, which I am so stoked to get into, by the way. And yeah, obsidian mining takes quite a long time. So while we are mining this obsidian, you guys subscribed, right? Well, I really hope you did, because we just found some chromatic iron. Oh yeah, look at that. And the cool thing is there's also vault stones surrounding this chromatic iron, so we can mine all that stuff up. Let me just fast forward this for a second there, because it is a thick vein. It is a very thick vein. Now, you saw me not mine everything. That is for a good reason, because I do not have Fortune 3 yet, and I can note down the location on my minimap and come back here when I actually do have Fortune 3. So, I claimed my quest to mine 16 vault stone, which gave me some chipped vault rock. Now, what does that chipped vault rock do? We'll get into that soon enough. I gathered up a little bit more just to be sure, and then I tried to make my way out back onto the surface. And this is the part that I really did not miss doing over and over again. Well, I missed nothing about doing this over and over again, but, well, it took me about 30 fucking attempts to get here, so I might as well savor every last moment, because I am not doing this mod pack over again. There's no way. There is no way. I am way too salty about what happened on day 66. I am not doing that stuff again. But I gathered up the remaining wool that I needed, because we also need 5 purple, yes, you heard that right, purple wool, before we head into that first vault. Now, I wanted to find a place to set up base, and I was absolutely not sure what I wanted to do in this world, because normally I play mod packs that have a lot of generated structures, and I usually set a base in one of those structures and kind of rearrange the interior to match my style. We didn't have that luxury in this mod pack, so I had to make a base of my own. And that, ladies and gents, on the map you see right there is the exact place that I love. It is a very, very interesting generated place in the world. Just look at this crater. It is absolutely insane. Just look at the formation of this. You got like an archway that is completely coming into the ravine, and there's just this giant hole. This looked so freaking awesome. So I knew I wanted to set up base in this place. I made my way down onto the archway, and I immediately started looking for a cave system that would run through this. I would either make one, but we got lucky and I found one. So I placed down the crafting table and the furnace, and that was pretty much everything that I owned so far. So I made a couple of chests to dump all my garbage into. And yes, you see that right in my inventory. I snatched one of the villagers.
Huh?
It is, it's a game, so I'm not really abducting a person. Well, maybe I am yeah, well, we're just gonna skip this topic for now. The villager went away inside of the chest, and I would take him back out when the time was right. For now, I made a note on my map that showed that my base was actually there, and we had officially got a home now. I just needed a bed. I wasn't gonna sleep on the floor, so I needed to make a bed. Also, my wood stores were running out low, so I went out in the woods and chopped down a couple of trees. I inserted all of my iron into my furnace because I have a multiple furnace setup. And things were rolling, man. I made a couple of torches and I started torching the place up because I didn't want to have any mobs spawning at nighttime. Otherwise, this place was never going to be safe anyway. And I got around to thinking how I wanted to make this base. First, we used those chipped vault rocks with chromatic iron to make a completed vault rock. The next topic on the list was making the vault altar. This is what you actually use to make the crystal that charges your portal, which then makes a dungeon for you. So I crafted up the vault altar, and I wanted to find a good place to put this thing down. And when you insert your vault rock, you will then get 4 items that you need to gather and give to the vault altar in order to charge up your crystal. So for example, for this one, we needed some cobblestone, we needed some leaves, some sticks, and a copper ingot. Now, I had all of those things ready, besides the copper, but that was going to be easy to find, as we are living inside of a ravine cave structure. So yeah, there's enough rocks to go around, and enough ingots to go around. I also smelted up some polished vault stone that you use to make your portal, and I inserted the last items into my vault altar. Now, you need a redstone signal to actually activate this altar. So when you claim that quest, you will get a button. And then I needed a little bit more wool. I realized that I didn't have all the items yet to actually go inside of that altar. I placed the last remaining item, which was the leaves, of course. And then it was time to claim my quest, take the button, and activate the altar. And that right there is a really satisfying sound. Now, we can go into our first vault right now. I did need a couple of extra items. I also claimed the quest to actually make the crystal, which gave us a shulker box. And trust me, we'll need this. And then I got attacked by a skeleton, which dealt 2.5 hearts of damage every time he shot an arrow. Very nice. And I had to collect a couple of poppies because there was another item that I forgot to craft. I thought I was a pro at this. Seems like that was not true. And then I made a bed. And I also crafted up some purple dye. Now, I needed to find a sufficient place for this bed, and I plunked it straight into the corner. I slept my worries away, and we were ready to make our first vault potion. This was the pacifist potion. Now, what does this potion do? It gives you regeneration. Well, it doesn't really give you a regeneration, but you can gain hearts back by drinking this stuff. And it recharges every 5 minutes that you're inside of a vault. We claimed the quest for it. There's multiple different vials you can make. I went for the pacifist one because that was going to be the easiest to recharge during our vault adventures. And you'll see why we have to make a potion when we go inside the first vault. I also made a vault enchanter, which is like an upgraded version of the enchanting table. Trust, this thing is amazing. I then hollowed out a side of my wall, and I inserted my pickaxe in the vault enchanter. Now you get 20 emeralds and some experience bottles when you claim this quest, because you do your enchanting with emeralds. You can choose whatever enchantment you want to put on the pickaxe, or any other item. Although, protection and sharpness are not in the mod pack, just beware of that. But it allowed me to put feather falling on my boots, and I got all the good enchantments on my pickaxe, so we are rocking. That quest gave me an ender pearl, and now I just needed to get a little bit of gold in order to actually make something really interesting. When we get inside of the vault, we're going to be crafting one specific item that is going to skyrocket the experience in our first vault. So guys, when you start playing this, please do all of your quests until you can make the shard pouch. You can only make that stuff when you go inside of the vault, but trust me, it's worth it. I activated my vault portal, which makes a really satisfying sound, and then I needed to gather up that gold. Also, as you saw before, I might have skipped over it a little bit because I'm talking too much. While we're gathering up this gold and these diamonds, you want to use your first skill point you get to unlock the heal ability. Trust me. Inside of vaults, you do not regenerate health passively, so you want to make the potion and you want to take the heal ability. Very important. Now, I created a crafting table inside of the vault because we had completed the quest to go inside the first vault, which gives us a vault shield and a vault sword. Now we're playing gacha to get a good item. And we kind of won the gacha because I got a common sword and I got an uncommon shield. That's pretty good. That is pretty good, man. And then it was time to start adventuring in our first vault. Here we go. Really exciting stuff. Now, these vaults are made with rooms that have a upper floor and a lower floor. What I really urge you guys to do is, like I did in chat here, I type out which direction I'm going inside the vault. Now, when we made that shard pouch, that's what unlocked the quest to get an additional normal pouch as a backpack. So you really want to complete that quest. Now, to get back on topic, put a pillar on your point of entry inside one of these rooms, because then you have two ways of finding your way back to the vault portal. Because as you saw in the death compilation, if you run out of time in a vault, you die. And dying means that we lose the world. All the progress gone. You don't want that. I finished up my first POI, which had just common wooden chests, a double omega wooden chest. All right, hey, you see that not every single POI is the same. They're not built the same. But yeah, chests have a rarity to them as well, which increases the odds of getting rare items. For example, an omega chest, yeah, that's the best kind of chest you can get. I finished up the second POI and I was feeling really good about myself. Now, as you can see here, we get a different type of chest. This chest looks different than the wooden ones that you saw before. That's because these chests have a different loot table. Now, there is currently 4 types of chests. You got your wooden chest, you got your gilded chest, you got your ornate chest, and your living chests. The living chests are the green ones that you saw now, and the wooden ones, yeah, that speak for itself. Now, we just entered a sort of hidden place. This place has multiple different chests and has good loot. For example, here you can see that these are the gilded chests. Every chest has its own loot table, and every chest is important. So loot up literally everything that you can. This is Lootopia right now. You want to loot as much as you want. As you can. Not as you want, as you can. You gotta loot that stuff up. I finished off the last remaining fighters, and then it was time to loot these living chests. Now, why am I such a big fan of the living chests? Well, they have that blue dust that you see right here. That is called knowledge essence. As you will see later, some mods are, well, all the mods are locked behind a knowledge shard counter. Wait, what does that mean really? You can craft skill points to unlock mods. Now, to get back on topic talking about the first vault that I'm in, you can see at the top of the screen that we gotta find the monoliths. As you saw before, that is a objective that you need to right click in order to activate one of those monoliths and get progression towards completing the vault. Why do you want to complete a vault? Because after you complete a vault and you have done the vault objective, which is in this case finding the monoliths, you will get an additional reward for completing that one. So surviving doesn't give you additional rewards, but completing the vault objective will. And talking about additional rewards, I found another one of these hidden rooms, and this one has wooden chests and ornate chests. And in the first two vaults, your ornate chests are the ones you need to look out for. These guys got the netherite scrap, and they have a chance to give you vault gear. And as you see, that normal armor has a terrible armor rating. You really want to get your first set of vault armor as soon as possible. You also want to get out of your first vault with as much netherite scrap as you can. Like preferably, I'm talking 32 netherite scrap. It's not entirely impossible, but more realistically, you're just going to be aiming for one netherite ingot in your first vault. Now, this is the 5th type of chest. In the different kinds of chests you can find, it's not really a chest, it is a pile of metal, but these are coin piles. Why are these coin piles important? Because you will need coins for a lot of things inside of this mod pack. I did, however, get my second monolith fairly quickly, and I was about ready to bounce out of this vault. But we still needed some, netherite scrap, so I can't really leave just yet. I did find another really interesting POI. Also, for those wondering, a POI stands for Point of Interest, which pretty much means where mobs spawn and where chests or coins are located, or an objective. An objective can be guarded by mobs as well, I think. Not entirely sure on that one, but I think. And then I started making my way back to the portal, because it was right about time to bounce. I had gotten most of the stuff that I needed. I wasn't really feeling finding another ornate chest because those things have a really low spawn rate for some reason. And I went back to the overworld, completing my first vault and gaining 4 vault levels. Yeah, you heard that right. I got 4 levels. And when I opened my crate for the completion of the vault, I got a ton of loot. I actually managed to get a couple of vault boots, which would make my day much better. And I crafted up some additional chests because my storage was already maxed out. Yeah. Storage is a big part of this mod pack. I will warn you guys, you will need a lot of chests. I also crafted a vault burger, or a hamburger, which when eaten will give you vault experience, which bumped me up to level 5. And that was pretty big. That was pretty big news. I now had 5 skill points to spend, and every 5 levels you would get an expertise point as well. So I also had an expertise point to spend. And there is a very fun expertise which adds a bonus level of fortune. So we were now running with a fortune 4 pickaxe. Pretty awesome, right? I also unlocked a couple new abilities. The first one, Vein Miner, get that stuff, it's incredible. And also get Dash, this is your #1 mobility spell. I also unlocked Javelin, just to have a little bit more of DPS, which summons a magical javelin that you shoot out that will hit foes for 100% of your weapon damage. Pretty good, right? And I wasn't really sure what to spend my last skill point on, so I just upgraded the dash so it has a little bit more range. And then we were set. We had to actually get our second vault crystal going. Now I ran a little bit low on wood, so I gathered up some more wood. And I also set up the very basic of basic farms because I needed to have a reliable source for string. And flax is a very reliable source of string. I then made a pressure plate and... No, not a pressure plate. I made a loom. Nice one. Nice one, ElAbro. Pressure plate. That's definitely a pressure plate. I got a loom, 5 chromatic iron, and 2 vault essence. And I was going to make something pretty cool with this. This is called a bounty table. Now, what does a bounty table do? It acts like a quest giver. So, for example, you can see here that we got an item submission chest quest. We got an item submission. Oh my god. Okay, we just have to kill mobs in the vault, and that gives us a reward. Nice recovery on that one. Okay, let's go ahead and we have to submit 33 iron. Okay, Rashad, please cut this. This is gonna make me look like an absolute idiot, which I am, but the bounty table wants you to submit items, kill mobs, or gather up a specific item, mine a specific ore, or slay a specific type of mob in order to give you a reward in exchange. So it works like you would expect it to work. Wow, that was really difficult to say. Okay, we got a little bit more items to reroll, and I got 3 common ones. So we got 2 axes, and then we got a pair of boots. I also inserted my next vault rock, which had some more items that I needed to submit in order to get my next vault crystal. And as you might think, I wanted to hook up this vault crystal fast because I want to go inside my next vault. Crafted up the vault crystal really quickly and inserted it into the portal. And just like that, in the next vault, I found another chromatic iron omega room. Now, you saw me not mine everything. That is for a good reason, because I do not have Fortune 3 yet, and I can note down the location on my minimap and come back here when I actually do have Fortune 3. It's pretty nuts, I have to say that, but this time I had Vein Miner, and things were gonna go a lot more smoothly. This would also allow me to not spend too much time in this one, and I could just grab all the chromatic iron and get out of there. I do gotta say, landing 2 chromatic iron vaults in such a short duration is absolutely magnificent. I also had that extra fortune level, which went a really long way, and I was able to fill up pretty much 2/3 of my pouch with chromatic iron. Pretty insane, right? I also spotted a monolith not too long after, which I immediately activated, so we were already 50% done with completing this vault. Spending a lot of time in that chromatic iron room, I did manage to get 2 rooms out the last monolith. So yeah, I just had to loot up a couple of chests, look for some ornates, gather up the last remaining ancient scrap, netherite scrap actually, that's the correct term, the last netherite scrap, and we would get out of this place. So I got the first ornate chest and it didn't have any, and the second one also didn't have any. And on my third one, I got lucky and I got another netherite scrap. So I was gonna get out of this vault, to be honest. I didn't want to stay in here too much longer. I did, however, finish up going to the furthest room in one direction. And I managed to actually find a gem deposit. So I was gonna mine all of the vault stone that was around this gem deposit, and it didn't really look to have any gems inside, which was kind of weird. I did manage to get 1 alexandrite and a painite ore. So that was pretty good. After mining those, I finished looting up all the remaining chests that were on this last room, and it spawned a champion mob. Now, champion mobs have modifiers. As you can see, this one has got a speed modifier and a toxic immunity, I think that was. And this guy dropped purple boots. Now, this is a rarity of items we have not seen before, and I actually managed to complete my bounty that I had active. So I rolled the boots, and you are about to witness one of the greatest points in the series, is where I got the Lion Guard boots that gave me 2 armor, 2 health, 6% item rarity, 3% item quantity, and some healing, some extra healing. which is absolutely amazing. These boots were absolutely sick. If I could have a full epic setup, that would be awesome. Now, I did manage to complete the vault, claim the completion crate, and it had some additional vault gear, mainly leggings and a chest plate. So now we were rocking a full vault gear setup, finally. It did just have some extra mana regeneration, and I got an axe with chaining. So that means I'm going to hit 2 additional mobs when I attack something. I equipped the vault gear, and we were actually looking like a legitimate vault hunter right now. I stored away all the unnecessary items, and I wanted to craft as many knowledge shards. So as you can see here, I combined 9 of the knowledge dust to create 8 knowledge shards. Now we're gonna need a couple of gems and some vault diamonds to actually turn that into a usable item, so that's going to be what we do in the next vault. I did manage to complete the bounty, and I immediately activated the next one. Well, I did some re-rolling first, of course, because I wanted to get the best bounties out there. And this
Is to go even further beyond.
was looking like a prime bounty. 9 chromatic steel and a magnet. And I only had to submit a little bit of chromatic iron. Yeah, that's it. After melting up that chromatic iron, and I made the benitite into a perfect one, I just needed 12 more benitite in order to actually use that knowledge shards, these knowledge shards that I had. I also swapped out my weapon for the vault axe with chaining, and the rest of my chromatic iron was still smelting. I didn't really want to bench that sword because it had a better rarity, but I couldn't do anything with it. Now we get into the meat and potatoes of this mod pack. We need to make a vault artisan station. And for that I needed a couple more items. But first it was time to go out and get some fuel because my Fernite were running absolutely low. I got some more fuel for the Fernite and I inserted 51 coal in each of my furnaces, and my chromatic iron was smelting up nicely. We just had to submit about 30 more and I could claim my next bounty. I also made a tool station, which is the first step towards becoming a real, glorified vault hunter, because this would allow me to make chest breakers. Now, you might be thinking, what does a chest breaker do? Well, there are ways to instantly mine those loot chests inside the vault. I just had to insert some chromatic iron, some vault bronze, which is the coins that we gathered up, and some driftwood. Driftwood you can get from the wooden chests. Now I made a chromatic iron pickaxe and a sickle. The sickle would be my chest and coin breaker, and the chromatic iron pickaxe would, well, pretty much be a pickaxe. I also claimed the bounty, and lo and behold, we got our first magnet. Now, magnets are awesome because they extend your pickup radius and can give you extra modifiers as well. And with that being said, you can see here that we got a magnet, which also gives me 5% item quantity. So that means when I have this magnet equipped, I will get 5% more loot, which is absolutely awesome. I then also gathered up a couple of the jewels that I had laying around. Mainly the green jewel you can see there is a living affinity jewel. If I put that onto a tool, it can instantly mine the living chests. So that's exactly what I did. I put it onto my sickle, and the reason I got a sickle is very simple. Because a sickle is like a hoe, so it can't break any other items. Meaning if I break a chest, I don't have a chance of breaking the item that it's sitting upon. Now I also got a gilded one, an ornate one, a coin one, and a wooden one. The wooden was going to go on another tool, but the ornate and the coin and the living affinity, I was going to put on the sickle. And yes, you saw that right. I activated cheats and I cleared the weather. I absolutely despise the rain. I get too much of rain in my own country, and I do not want to see rain in-game. So yeah, I do cheat to clear the rain. Let that be clear. It's called a rain check. Come on, man. I also got a little bit more iron because we needed to make a fresh anvil for the next quest that we had. I needed to get a jewel station going, and for that we need an anvil. Pretty hefty recipe so early on, but it is all worth it. Because now you saw me insert a jewel into an anvil, which uses up the anvil. when you make a jewel applicator, that will not use durability on your anvil. I went out in the overworld. I just started gathering up all of the random things that I could find, mainly seeds. I was running dangerously low on seeds and on grass, and we need that to make the vault crystals. I also activated my last bounty to kill dweller mobs in the vault, and that would give me emeralds. And I need emeralds if I get new gear so I can enchant it. Especially if I want feather falling. You're gonna need feather falling. Make feather falling, guys. Trust me. I also got my skill points spent, and we went inside of the next vault. This one had 3 monoliths that we needed to find. Also, pro tip, when you are inside of these vaults, you really want to gather up some of the more uncommon blocks that you can find, or you can also mine the wood that's inside, just to have a little bit of leeway going. The first monolith that I found was right next to a gem deposit, which is absolutely awesome, because I spotted that this one had bennytite, the blue ore. We need that to make the knowledge star to unlock our first mod, so I made sure to gather up as much as possible. I was sad that I only had 4 bennytite, but we're gonna get into some more gem deposits later on. Trust me, it's gonna get pretty cool. Navigating my way around the vault allowed me to get as many mobs as possible, because you gotta keep killing mobs in order to get soul shards. And that's when I got twice double critted by a turtle. Yeah, the turtle hit 2 critical hits on me. Which is kind of scary to find out that mobs can critically hit you. It's the red particles you saw before. I managed to finally defeat all of the remaining mobs, and I could clear this POI. Alright. So, I had a little mishap during recording. My recording turned off for some reason. I'm not really sure how that happened. But to give a quick recap, from day 8 to day 12, we finished that last vault. I leveled up and I invested another level into heal, dash, and I got my vein miner up to 32. So that's pretty good. Didn't do anything else. I did unlock my first mod because I had enough living essence and bennytite to make my first knowledge shard, which allowed me to unlock simple storage. And as you can see, we got a very basic storage system set up here, which has all of my items in it, which is very, very nice. So what I wanted to work on now was I wanted to get these all set up with a barrel and a hopper, and then another hopper and another barrel, and that they could just auto smelt everything that I need. Because we got a ton of chromatic iron. As you can see here, we have about 600 chromatic ore that we still gotta melt down. So let's see if we can find a torch, and we're gonna be doing that during the daytime. I don't want to be out exploring during the night. So we gotta find a bit of iron. Oh, and for those of you who are wondering if I might be cheating or not, as you can see, I have, let's say, 0 survived. I have completed 3 vaults. I haven't failed a single one. So I haven't unalived in any of the vaults, which shows to you that I'm not cheating. I didn't die and skip days or anything like that. So just for those who are wondering. But we are going to get into some iron mining now. Immediately spot a ore right here. We're gonna need about 40 iron at the minimum. Let's go and get that really quickly. It's already 24. Scary. Very scary. Do I spot any more iron ore? Oh yeah. Nice. Oh, that's 56 already. Here we go. That was all the iron ore that I needed. We do have a ton of wood chunks. Let's just quickly turn those into planks. But those are overgrown. It's not gonna work. I at least have a stack and a half of wooden planks. Can I now turn this into that and these into barrels? Yes, I can. I'm gonna need 4 like that. I'm gonna need 8. So we need to get a little bit more wood. Otherwise, this plan isn't gonna work that well. I think that should suffice, right? Yeah, that should suffice. This polished deep slate looks sick. It looks absolutely sick. We're gonna add a layer around these ferni. Here we go. That also, yeah, that looks way cooler. Way cooler. And so I inserted all of the chromatic iron ore into my furnace. Yeah, cool, right? I could say the plural form of furnace. And then I took on some new bounties because we had some new rerolls ready. And I got a pretty good bounty lined up. We're gonna get into that pretty soon. And I first made a load of extra chests because I wanted to expand my storage facility because we are already running out of space. So after doing that, I needed to set up a couple of cables because that's how we hook this stuff up. So you got your link cables and you got your normal cables. Now, one double chest only needs one link cable. Don't be me, don't be fooled. If you accidentally put 2 link cables on one double chest, all your items will show up double. As you can see here, we need 8 copper, 6 sticks, 5 dirt, and some seeds. Put those in real quick, and we can make our vault crystal. Oh yeah, this portal looks small, man. Compared to my nether portal, this portal is really small. Hypnotizing. So very hypnotizing. Alright, what are we working on now? Oh yeah, I needed the artisan station for modifying tools, but we need netherite ingots for that, and we're gonna get netherite from that one. Benny, yeah, I'm looking for bennies as well, because we need a lot more. And looking for knowledge essence, I believe, as well. Yeah, we only got 8. So yeah, Benny, knowledge, so living chests, ornate chests. Yeah, definitely living. Oh yeah, for sure. Alright, cool. Yeah, we're gonna be doing that. I want to unlock the vault compass, man, because we are struggling. Because I gotta type it out every single time where I'm going. And that's not cool. Wait, hold on. Is this what I think it is? Yeah, it is. Dude, this is a whole gem thing. Oh my god. Yo, how sick is that? That's incredible. Pillagers are kind of trouble, though. Yeah, those are kind of trouble. And with this room being filled with pillagers and spiders, both of my fears combined, I went up high to mine. Okay, I'm in a little bit of a pickle here. Little bit of a pickle. Alright, we're doing fine. We're managing. I do prefer to take these one by one. Oh, he critically hit me. Dang, man. Rough. There is a lot of benitite, like a load of benitite, which is really good because we need a lot of it. What are you doing over there? Come on.
Bruh.
Right. That was kind of funny. Hold on, what's going on over here? Oh, no way. 10 benitite! What? Oh my god, is there more? No, that's it. Okay. Oh my god. Wow, dude, we got 42 benitite. Wait, 42. I need 16 for making 1 knowledge core. That means we almost have 3 knowledge cores from just this vault alone. I really gotta find living stuff now. Oh my goodness. Ah, time to test out my... Yes! Oh, that's nice. That is so nice. It also doesn't break the other blocks. That's why I made a sickle. Oh my god. Yeah, that's the reason why you want to make a sickle instead of a pickaxe that breaks everything. Because the sickle will not break other blocks. So that's the main reason why. And I did a little bit of friendly fire exploitation on these slimes because the poison cloud kills themselves. So yeah, AoE side effect. Whoa, I missed some gems. Okay, alright. Hold on, don't do that. That's not cool. Okay, we really did miss some gems, huh? And after completing that awesome vault with gems and all such, we got another expertise point, and we also had 2 more levels. I also made the vault artisan station, and this was going to be pretty sick, because if you put some platings inside, some vault bronze, and a couple of different orbs, those are focuses. Foci? I think it's called foci, then if it's plural, focus. Furnace, ferni, focus, foci. Yeah, so if you put those foci inside, you can re-roll items. So that first one reforges all prefixes and suffixes. So as you can see, my prefix and suffixes are changing constantly. Now, you got to be careful. A certain item, so well, any vault gear equipment, has certain amounts of reforges you can do. You can see that with the crafting potential that it has. So yeah, make sure you don't run out of crafting potential or you'll be stuck with your last reroll. Now, the next thing that I had to make was a vault recycler. That was the next quest on the list, and it required another netherite ingot. So yeah, I had to use one of my 2 last remaining netherite ingots. And I also had to get a bucket of lava, but we got the vault recycler, which means that we can scrap our vault gear that we don't need anymore, and it will get turned into a couple of useful items. I also hooked up the vault recycler, as you can see here, onto a chest, which has cables going to my storage facility, so I can access the items that I've recycled as well. Pretty awesome, right? Yeah, this is finally starting to look like a base. Let's get a gold trapdoor. Make that a netherite one. Oh, yeah. Ah, yeah! Look at that. Oh, yeah, that's cool. Oh, that fits so nice. And in the sense of reliving a little bit of interior design that I'm doing now, I was appreciating my setup. Maybe I got a little too excited there. Alright, time to move on. Next quest. We gotta make an alchemy table. And this thing is expensive as hell. Look at that. 2 blocks of chromatic steel. That's 18 chromatic steel right there. And also some drops from the nether, like a gas tier. So that's gonna be fun getting around to that one. Now, my new crystal required kelp. I didn't have any kelp. I've never dug up any kelp. So I went to take a plunge in the sea and I gathered up some kelp. And I gathered up way more than I should have because I didn't want to go back to the sea anytime soon. So putting that back into my storage facility allowed me to make my next vault crystal. I also put a shoveling and a axing jewel. Well, I first messed up on the station. But putting a shoveling and an axing jewel onto my pickaxe made it a paxel, so I can use it for every single block in the game. How cool is that? I also managed to destroy my button on my vault altar, which I quickly replaced, and made my next vault crystal. Now, I was still stuck on that alchemy table thingy, and I didn't really want to deal with that, so I went inside another vault. Yeah, I just want to have some good time in the vault, loot some chests, kill some mobs, you know, the whole thing. That's what Vault Hunters is about. But I gotta say, I was having a really good time with this pack. I trust that anybody who watches the channel and likes my type of content is gonna like this type of mod pack. If you do not like this mod pack, you can file an official complaint with HR, and I'm not gonna deal with it. I did find a lot of living chests out in this vault, which was specifically nice. I did not stick the landing there, however, which was kind of sad. But I managed to get a ton of knowledge essence. And we needed quite a bit of knowledge essence as we had to unlock the vault compass. We had to unlock waystones, and I wanted to get my bigger pouches going so we could actually upgrade this stuff. I managed to find another captain, which was it's called a champion actually in this mod pack. I found another champion, which was very nice because these guys tend to drop a lot of good equipment. And I first whittled down their forces using my javelin, and then I went in for the kill, swiping this guy with my katana, shanking him like I'm in Britain. And I got an unidentified vault shield that was uncommon plus, so I was hoping for a good roll with extra armor or health. And suspense playing, I got... Okay, that's going in the vault scrapper. That is definitely going in the vault scrapper. Managed to get a couple more of these gilded chests, and these gilded chests are actually really nice because early on they drop the jewels. Well, they always drop jewels, but jewels are the most important thing early on, as well as the vault diamonds and the vault essence. Always make sure you pick up that stuff because you're gonna run out very soon. I ran out multiple times. After having looted up all of those gilded chests, I found another batch of living ones. And Gotta say, living chests always make me happy. They always do. And it had been enough, I think, and I dipped. Yeah. I don't generally tend to spend all of my days in these vaults, or at least not the full 25 minutes, because sometimes there's just no need for it. We want to advance the levels as fast as possible, especially we want to go and rush level 50, because after level 50, that's where the real fun to Vault Hunter starts. So, storing away all the stuff into my storage system allowed me to open my new loot crate, so that was cool. I did first, however, spend some time making Beniatite, because we needed to make the knowledge cores, and I was able to make one more, and we had an unspent knowledge point. Now, of course, you know I had to make my life easy and make the vault compass. This is a compass that inside the vault will always point towards your exit portal. Now, I was pretty lucky to have 1 netherite ingot and 5 netherite scrap, because you need 4 netherite ingots to make the compass. Luckily for me, we completed the bounty, and as you can remember, the bounty had netherite ingots as well. So all of this stuff was planned out from the beginning. I did get another axe that was level 11, and I was really hoping for something good. And it was trash. Of course it was trash. Inserting my next vault, rock gave me a basalt drop, which means I am now forced to go into the nether, whether I like it or not. But first, it's time for good news, and I claimed my bounty, getting more netherite ingots, and I munched on a couple of burgers to increase my level. Because as you see, I got another level. I got 2 points to spend right now, and I put it both into strength, which gives me a permanent 2 strength levels and a +6 damage. And early game, that goes pretty hard, because now instead of 10 damage, I deal 16 damage. That's about a 60% increase, and if my math is correct, that is dope. I got a lot of gilded scones, which I'll place down. Hope you like that little compilation. And then it was time to head back into the base and strategize for going to the nether, because I really don't like the nether in this mod pack. I don't know. Just something about not having a lot of defense and the nether don't really add up. I did, however, make my vault compass, so the next time we're going into a vault, we'll have a nice way of getting out. I did, however, manage to pick up a bounty that also gives me knowledge essence, and I had a ton of chromatic ore, which I could immediately submit to the bounty table, because this was a submission quest. Submission? That's weird to say. Submitting quest. Maybe submitting is better than submission. Oh well. Anyway, I claimed my bounty crate, and I stored away all the stuff, and we had 11 knowledge essence right now. And on to the nether we go. Here we go. Okay, time for hell. We gotta get ourselves to a nether portal. Nether portal. What am I saying? We gotta get to this nether fortress. Alright, here we go. Fortress acquired. Now we just gotta look for a ghast, which definitely did not take a long time. You didn't see that? Neither did you that one. We're also going to cut this one. Yeah, Rashad, just cut out the missed shots, please. That would be nice, thanks. First shot, and we got him, and we didn't get a... we didn't get a tier. So I had to speed this footage up a little bit. This is already 1000%. Rashad, if you could speed this up even more, because it takes me quite a while to find a ghast. Oh yeah.
"2,000 years later."
Oh, hey, look at that. We actually found a ghast. Not like it's... Hey, there we go. I redeemed myself. Did you see that shot? Did you see that jab? I hope... Rewind that. That javelin shot was amazing. All right. Sitting in the glory of my beautiful javelin shot, I went back to the overworld, and I was doubting whether I could charge my way up to my base, but I did it on the safe way. Did, however, make the alchemy table, So we can enhance our potion now, which is pretty freaking awesome. I'm gonna settle for regeneration because that is the smartest way to do. We could get a bunch of really cool enhancements, but I settled for the regeneration for now. We need all the health we can get and all the health regeneration we can get. Managed to claim the quest, and then I got a quest for Vault Burgers. I did not see that quest, so I am hoping that I still got a little bit of burger left to make. I'm gonna find that out right now, and I don't think I did because I didn't put it in the video. Strange. Okay, I made the Vault Crystal, and I was ready to hit the vaults, man. That's a lot of monoliths. Oh my god. Alright, using my new Vault Potion, I had regeneration for 30 seconds. I also managed to claim my next bounty. I collected everything that I needed. I killed every mob that I needed. And now it was looting time. I was gonna go for some wooden chests, farm up some more vault diamonds, you know, all the good stuff. And mainly, 3 benitite. Man, that gets me bricked up. I don't think that's PG to say. I don't think this is gonna get monetized, but yeah, that is good. Also got a lot of coins, so I'm starting to feel rich, but I'm gonna run out pretty soon. And that's when I found another special room. This is the Wild West room, which spawns a ton of mobs, as you can see here. Luckily for me, these mobs are still manageable, because most of them I just one-shot, thanks to that strength that I got extra. And these have got gilded chests all over them, which is really nice, because we are still looking for a ton of jewels that have small sizes. Remember, bigger the jewel, the worse. Smaller the jewel, the better. And after getting 2 monoliths and looting up this western world, I was actually starting to run out of time to find monoliths, which was getting quite scary. But luckily for me, I can make my way back easy to the portal thanks to that vault compass that I made. So with 3 minutes left on the clock, I knew I was going to make it. I dipped. Still got enough experience to level up though, which was nice because we got another skill point now. We can invest it wisely. And then I stored away all of the jewels that I got and all of the beautiful vault diamonds. Didn't get many living chests, as you saw. I only got 11 knowledge essence and 10 more in my backpack. But hey, a win is a win. I got 14 benitite. I'll take it. I managed to also claim the reward for my bounty, and I was going to roll the items inside because we got a vault helmet that is level 12 and uncommon plus. So that was going to be way better than the common one that I had now. And I managed to snatch up 1 Vault Burger, which allowed me to get the progression for my next quest. Quickly munched on a midnight snack, and I was ready to claim the next quest, which gave me 10 burgers, which is also pretty cool. And I got the objective to reach level 10, which we immediately claimed because we were already level 10. And then we were going to learn about seals. Seals are the first way to modify crystals in your world. This allows you to have power over the type of objective that your vault is going to be. So currently we got the monolith objective and we got the elixir objective. Pretty soon we're going to unlock a new type of objective, but we'll get into that later. For now, let's just focus on making the creative of the seal and combining it with the vault crystal. So now we have a guaranteed elixir vault crystal, which is nice. I love the elixir crystals. They're awesome. And then we got into regret orbs. Kind of a hefty way to say respecking or reskilling. But yeah, once you eat one of those orbs, you can take away skill points out of certain skills and put them into other ones. Now we get into something that's really the meat and potatoes of getting an endgame build, and that's making a jewel cutting station. Because, as you remember, bigger the jewel, worse they are. Smaller the jewel, the better they are. So we have to have a way to cut these gems down in size. Now, I advise heavily against cutting gems while you are not expertised in it, as you will always have a chance with a cut to reduce its tier. So the higher the tier the gem, the more modifiers the gem will have on it, and you really don't want to be cutting your perfect jewels and having them go down in the amount of modifiers they got. So there is an expertise for that. You can spec into that, which will give you up to 3 free cuts without reducing any of the modifiers, any of the grade, nothing of anything. Just 3 free cuts to lower its size. Now, this is the thing I've been waiting for a while now, and that's the black market. Make this ASAP, because the soul shards you get in the vaults for killing mobs can be used to spend on this shop. Now, the unknown items are, well, could be nice. I got a level 13 common plus chestplate here, because I still had a gray name one. And as you all know, gray name's bad. This one had 6 armor, so it was a step up. We had 2 more armor. I love it. Also some trap disarm chance. When a chest is trapped, you will have a chance to disarm the chest, which is very nice. And our next item was incredibly expensive. This diffuser takes a black chromatic steel ingot. And the black chromatic steel ingot takes a perfect opal, which is a very rare gem in the vaults, as well as 8 chromatic steel. So yeah, you want to be smart with these black chromatic ingots. As you can see here, I combined the 4 opals to make a perfect one. And I completely ran out of chromatic steel, so I had to get some carbon out of my storage facility. And as you saw there, I did not have any carbon. So we gotta go out looking for some. Or I could submit 62 warped stems, and I could also get 11 of the chromatic steel. But as you see on the map here, we are very far away from a warped forest, so that is definitely out of the question. I do not want to deal with that. So it's time to abandon our first bounty. There is a penalty for this, however. As you can see, all my other bounties have like an hour or 2 hours until I get the next one. This one's got 8. It will take 1/4 of a real world day to be able to get a new bounty instead of that one. Did manage to pick up a rare plus wand, which was very nice. And I got a pretty cool flawless jade. Rolling the 2 items that I just gotten from the shop, I got a wand with healing efficiency and cooldown reduction. If you're going for something that has ability power, like a build that focuses heavily on spells, that is nice. I also put a wooden affinity onto my Paxel, and why did I do that? I did not have any size left on my sickle, so I have to split my chest breakers into 2 items right now. That don't matter, we go in the next vault. And just like that, we were inside of our next vault. This is the 7th vault in the series that I'm doing. Now, pro tip, you see these amethyst blocks here? You can't really find those easily in the world, so make sure you take them with you. I'll show you later why. And as any other vault, I do keep loving mining chests with my tools. It is so nice to not have to right-click and open the wooden chests. Now with this wooden affinity, I could just mine everything. It's just beautiful. Now also take a note that if you increase your mining speed, even those wooden chests will go faster. So definitely invest heavily into mining speed. And as always, man, these elixir vaults early on, when you are not very high vault level, these are just so good. And for me, for this vault, coins gave you so much elixir in the vault. Look at that. That's just amazing. I also kept looking for gems, and I saw this benitite laying just around, and I also spotted some black opal, which I mined up immediately, because benitite and black opal you will need a lot of. So, I'm always glad to mine those. I right-clicked the lodestone and I completed my vault. Now I did manage to quickly snag up some black opal from right around the corner, so that was kind of nice. And then we teleported back to the overworld. Oh yeah, back into the realm of the living. I managed to get up to level 15, which gave me another expertise point and 2 more skill points. First, I had to store away all of the stuff that I'd gathered in my vault, and I got this weird Epic Plus focus that I wasn't really sure what to do with. But I was running a shield setup and not really an ability power, so I just stashed it away for now. Maybe I would use it. For now, I emptied out my shulker box and my pouch, and I also collected my elixir crate, which gave me rare leggings. This could be pretty big. So I wanted to roll the leggings, the boots, and the helmet, and I wanted to upgrade my gear a little bit. Always feels like playing a gacha when you're rolling this stuff. Donkey leggings. Seriously? Donkey leggings? They only have 3 armor. Oh my god, no, we are not doing that. That was a terrible roll. I did, however, want to make a new sword as we were still rocking a level 0 Vault sword, so I quickly made one using the Vault Forge. Now, it is quite expensive to make these Vault weapons and Vault items, so I don't suggest doing that early on, but for me, it was now pretty useful. As I got a regular sword, but it already had more attack damage, and we could reroll this in the Vault Artisan Station. So that was the next step, of course. I did run out of foci, so that was kind of bad. However, I did manage to switch over the sword. I had 1 foci left, and we got it up to an extra 3 attack damage. I also made some more Vault alloy, which allowed me to also create a shield, and this one was going to be level 15 as well, because the shield was also level 0 that I was running with. So yeah, my gear was outdated. And this shield is actually not better, and I also don't have a focus to reroll it. Yep, that's ass. Anyway, I made my carbon into the refined carbon because we needed a little bit of chromatic steel. Now, the only problem that I had was that I barely had any carbon. Like 9 refined carbon is not a lot. I can make 4 chromatic steel with it maximum, which is not good. I need way more. Way more. Then I was looking at my expertises and I was doubting between Mystic or the Catalyst one. But I went for the Infuser one, as the Catalysts will allow us to make some pretty interesting Vault crystals later on. Then used my remaining skill points to get the Hunter ability, which would allow me to spot either objectives, coins, or a certain type of chest. I specialized in the living one, of course, because I want to get as much knowledge essence as possible. Once you get about like 10 or 15 knowledge stars, that's like around the point where we can become the most efficient we are. So we'll get to that point eventually. I also collected up some more of the overworld resources in order to get my stashes going. So I have an inventory of items that I don't have to worry about going out in the world. So I got some clay, seeds, dirt, sand, gravel, you name it, I got it. Or so I thought, because I need melons. I mean, everybody likes a good pair of melons, but hey, I only got 16 melon slices, so we gotta make a little melon farm. So it was high time that I started carving out a side of the base to make this into a small farm, kind of. Now, it wasn't gonna be a farm that I would farm over and over again, because this one could be used with the farmer ability. So farmer ability is an ability that creates an aura into your farm where, well, pretty much everything gets bone mealed every so often. Now, I would advise against leveling up the farmer ability more than 1, because 1 is, trust me, it is enough. So, now it's time to sit here for a good 2 minutes and just let nature run its course while I infuse it with some mana and help it a little bit. So, while we are waiting, how has you guys' day been? Did you press that subscribe button? Otherwise, I don't want to hear about your day. I'm just kidding. I love you guys. But no, really. Make sure you subscribe. Alright. Now we got that cleared up. I hope you guys really want to play this mod pack as well, by the way. Come on, man. Guys, load this pack up and play it right now. It is absolute a blast. I'm telling you. This is one of the most fun mod packs that I've ever played. Alright, seems like we got a couple of melons going, which is very nice. Let me collect all of those, and then I need to make 12 melon blocks. Okay, I might need to be here for a little bit longer. I also went into the mines to have a little bit of a lo-fi mining session. It's always nice to switch things up. And I needed to gather up every single valuable item that I could find. So everything that was valuable that was in sight, I was going to put my Paxel to it, and later on put it into my Furnace setup. Mainly I was concerned about the iron, the gold, because those are like the two main items you will need. After inserting a little bit more fuel, I could go ahead and I could get some netherite scrap, which I completely ran out of, by the way. I also needed to switch around my Paxel because my Paxel ran out of durability and out of repair slots. So I need to make a new Paxel. So I grabbed a shoveling, a wooden, and a axing jewel, and I was going to put those 3 onto the pickaxe, and I need to enchant it with Fortune 3. So here we go. We just created the Paxel. Now it's time to enchant it. Get that fortune, get that efficiency. I should have also put Unbreaking 3 on it, but I didn't really think about it at the time. But oh well. I mean, we can always make a new tool. Then I got a bounty for submitting 120 iron, which is really sick, because it will give me a lot of resources. So I went straight down into the deep slate layer, and I started looking for that iron, man. I got 3 to start off with. But pretty fast, it was no problem anymore. I gathered up also any remaining ores that I would find of anything else. I just grabbed everything in sight. Since we made that new double, I inserted all of the iron into my Furnace, and it was time to get everything smelting. I also inserted all the raw copper, raw tin, lead, you know, all that good stuff. Everything was going inside the Furnace. Now I just had to wait for this iron to smelt so I could complete my bounty. I also went over the recipes, what you can all do with black chromatic steel, as it is a very valuable resource. And I stumbled upon the iron farm, which is pretty interesting to see. Now, it does take 2 pogs and 2 black chromatic steels, so we might not get into that very soon. It will have to wait a little bit. There's a lot of stuff that's expensive in this mod pack. But that leads us to our next quest, the Vault Diffuser. So, you know, in some of the chests, you can get some items that have a soul value. Well, that means how much soul dust you can get from them if you insert them in the soul diffuser, so the item we're making right now. Now, I hoped that I had gotten enough materials to actually make this Vault Diffuser. So, I had to gather up some of the stuff. I also made the identification table. And this was going to be pretty sick. This was going to be pretty sick.
Yup, that's me right there. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation. Well, might be because I'm just very stupid.
And yes, you saw that right. I almost killed myself there. That literally gave me a heart attack because I was recording at like 4 in the morning. And I shot up out of my chair thinking I was gonna die. Vein mined a little bit of obsidian and we were good to go because that identification table was the first thing on my list before we made the Vault Diffuser. Because the identification table will allow me to identify any and all items in my inventory. I also claimed the bounty for submitting some iron, which gave me a ton of chromatic iron. Always good. And then I had my inventory cluttered with items ready to complete my quests. Now I needed to make a black chromatic steel ingot, and then I could make the Vault Diffuser firstly. Now that I had the Vault Diffuser made, I unlocked the quest for the identification table, but I wanted to find a nice place to set up this Vault Diffuser. So I went with the regular chest hopper object, hopper chest. Wow, that's difficult to say. Setup, which pretty much means that I had an automatic way of scrapping items that I find in the vault that have a soul value. Now you could make this a little bit more fancy if I had refined storage and I could filter through the cables, but that will be something for when we finish the 100 days because that's some high tier automation right there and I don't think I'm ready for that. But I also wanted to check out something very interesting. I wanted to see if we had any upgrades that we could make. But it didn't seem like I had any of the upgrades unlocked. So that will be something for when we get some more knowledge stars. I then finished up setting my Vault Diffuser system. So I just went for a barrel, a hopper, and the Vault Diffuser. Because the Vault Diffuser can store an indefinite amount of soul dust. So there's no real use in pumping it out of the soul diffuser. And I also made the identification table. Looked for a nice place for the identification table, and I had also all of my items prepared to make the next Vault Crystal. I then got a full set of
common gear, well, scrappy gear, which I immediately identified, and I got a Hellduck chestplate, which is actually better than the one I have now. So you know, I switched those around, of course, and it looks better also, which is a nice touch. You know, you gotta play a little bit of the fashion vaults as well. Instead of just vault hunting, you do also vault fashion. And then I got a quest for using knowledge. So we had to make a knowledge star whether we liked it or not. I did like it, don't get me wrong. I want to get as many vault stars as possible. And I appreciated the beauty of the world. This is the first time I could appreciate the rain because it actually looked beautiful. And then I got this insane quest. I needed to mine 2 Iscalium ore, which would give me 17 chromatic steel. 17 chromatic steel is a really big reward. So I inserted the next vault crystal, and we dove straight inside. Time for the next one. This right here, ladies and gents, is an X marks the spot. This is a Omega room that when you mine down, you get dropped in a box. And after a little while, the walls will fall down. And you will either get a loot X marks the spot room or a mob room. And as you hear from the music, we got the loot room. So enjoy. You have to admit, that is pure ASMR, and I could listen to that any day. Now, the cool thing about these ornate chests, because it's always ornate, by the way, if you get the loot room, is that you can get some pretty good weaponry and pretty good items from this. For example, here I got an epic sword, got an epic vault sword, and I can reforge this to have chaining as well, which we will do later when we get back. I also then mined some more vault bronze because, guys, from Vault Hunter to Vault Hunter, alright? You need as much coins as you can possibly fit in your storage system. Trust me, you will run out of... Oh my god, look at all these living chests. You will run out at some point out of the coins. Firstly, it was time to gather up all these living chests after I whiff my dash. Let's not talk about that. Maybe even cut that out of the video. That would be better for my image. That one we can keep. So I dashed up to the living chests and I mined all of them. Now you can also vein mine using a chest breaker, which is very, very important to know. And we got another Omega room. And this one also has ornate chests. This is a crazy vault. This is an absolutely crazy vault. This is the Castle Omega room, which has ornate chests everywhere around. So again, enjoy. Oh yeah, that was good. That was really good. I just like the compilations. Oh my goodness, you gotta be kidding me. Okay guys, this is another Omega room, and this is the Wild West one. Now, what's the Wild West one? It's a little bit more difficult. The Wild West Omega room spawns a ton of illagers, a ton of spiders, creepers, and has TNT all over it. Now, the important thing to know about this TNT is if you hit it, it will go off as well. Now, the place is completely filled with gilded chests, which is awesome, but you have to be careful not to set off the TNT or this whole place will blow up. And you will die. You will die. Now, luckily for me, I got an Epic Plus pants and we got a ton of gilded loot. And this had been an insane vault with 3 Omega rooms. You love to have vaults like this. So I made my way back home after assisting my allies. I don't think I'm playing with anybody else. Maybe Hero Brian's on the server. Now that voice crack signaled how much I am afraid of him. Back at home, I did store away all of the loot that I'd gotten, and I wanted to turn these wooden chunks into planks so I could use them to increase my storage facility. Now I kind of forgot the recipe. It's apparently only 4 stacks of wood chunks that you need to make planks. But we got 2 more stacks of planks, which I could turn into 16 more chests, and I was going to expand my storage facility with that. I also restocked my Vault Artisan station, my gem cutting station, all of my stations. I restocked all of them with the focuses, the vault plating, vault bronze, all that good stuff. And it was already getting nighttime. I opened my elixir crate and we actually got some pretty interesting stuff. We got like rare plus boots, we got a common plus chestplate, common plus shield, and I reforged my sword. You know, the epic one that we got in the gilded room? I reforged, no, not the gilded room, somewhere else. I reforged it to get a chaining attack with extra attack speed and a shocking hit chance. So this sword might have low damage, but it does chain to 2 other mobs, which is very nice. I love that. And I took on the next bounty, which was to mine the 2 Iscalium ore. So that was going to be something we have to get into the next vault. I made a knowledge star, and I kind of forgot the recipe to make the knowledge star, so bear with me. We're first going to make the fragments, and then we can make the knowledge star just like that. I'm not stupid, you just think I am. And here we go, we completed the quest. So I first took a nap to sleep my stupidity away before I was going to use that knowledge star and get a mod box, which is very interesting. Now, a mod box is an item that when used, if you have some unlocked mods, you can get random items from that mod. Now, we didn't have any mods unlocked, so it just gave us 3 knowledge shards, but that was good enough as well. Now, I could have gone with the pouch upgrade, but I first wanted to go with waystones so that I could make my overworld exploration a little bit less harsh on myself. Because now I could make a warp stone, I could set up a waystone at my base, and I could, well, pretty much have my base be able to go to different biomes. I wanted to have like a waystone at the jungle biome, the desert biome, frozen biome, you know, all that stuff. Because you will need, eventually you will need items from every single biome to make your vault crystals. And just like that, I had to gather up a ton of resources to get this operation going. But we'd been in the vault for a couple of times, so I had enough resources. Also, with those ornate chests that we gotten, we had acquired quite a bit of carbon. Now, as you can see here, I can only make about a little over half a stack of refined carbon, which will boil down to 19 chromatic steel. Yeah, this mod pack's expensive. Oh my god, it still hurts my soul. But we managed to be able to make up to 7 waystones. And I had an additional warp stone as well, so I could teleport from anywhere in the world back to my base. 7 warp stones in the backpack. I was feeling good and ready to go. Managed to snipe one of those guys very beautifully, and yeah, that guy was creeping up to my base. Became a voluntary exile. May or may not have launched a raid on an unsuspecting village. I mean, I wasn't gonna have that happen at my base, right? And I made my way over to the first point of interest on the map. I had a waystone at my base now, and I also wanted to have a backup base in case things went wrong. So I found this castle village, and I placed the waystone there. I then went mining into the overworld, and I found more dripstone, granite, andesite, diorite, you know, all that good stuff. Found a really cool biome where everything was located in. Then I went back to the base, and I stored everything away in my storage facility. Did really have to take a quick nap because all that running around during the daytime made me really tired. And I created my next vault crystal. And I had a weird feeling about the next vault. I wasn't quite sure how to describe it. So I did some gambling with these relic booster packs. These have a chance of dropping a relic fragment, and I'm actually still not sure what they do. I managed to make a relic at the end of the 100 days, but I am absolutely oblivious to what they do. So if somebody can put down in the comments what these relics actually do, please feel free so, because I am just a stupid caveman, and I really have no idea what they did. Did make 3 chests to have a little bit of an organized storage area for these relics. But yeah, let me know. What do those things do, guys? Next quest on the list, level 20 changes. We will get treasure and dungeon doors inside vaults, as well as new loot and new mobs. So it's like unlocking an expansion pack. And when we get level 20, we also get a knowledge star. So that's kind of really dope. All right. I don't think we gotta wait around any much longer. We are going to first make 2 extra set of pouches. And then we're gonna go ahead inside the vault. Now, the pouches, don't worry guys. I make these pouches and they will last us a lifetime. Because if we want to upgrade our pouch to the next tier, we're gonna need 2 of the previous tier. So don't worry, they'll come in handy anyway. And then it's time. We're gonna dive into the new vault. Elixir vault looking for living chests. Oh yeah, we need knowledge essence, baby. And I don't see none. Look like we got any gems. We need gems and we need living essence. That's pretty much it. So, as much as we can. Oh my god, what? There is no way I get a second chromatic ore one. That's insane. Holy. Right, we're just gonna blow through this one. I'm not gonna spend too much time because I also want to be looting up other places. At least we got the 32 vein miner now, so at least it's gonna go a lot easier. All right, I did loot everything up. Yep, we're good. We're good. Wow, I am dying. That's not so good. Let's see if we can find any living chests now. This has already been quite the adventure. Oh yeah, we got some living chests in here, all right? All right, let me just... Here we go. Now, our compass is hooked up. Wow, we can also vein mine all of this. Our compass is hooked up to our way to get home, pretty much. So, that's good. And this elixir vault's going pretty fast. Ah, I see the living chests over there. Nice. Now, I was herning. What's herning? What does that even mean? I was hunting a lot of these living chests and also a lot of ornate chests because I need carbon. Wait, only 2? Really? Oh, dang. Where was the other one? Was it down? Oh, yeah. Oh, that one hit the spot. That was awesome. We'll just explore this one. Ah, nice. This is a gem one. I am looking for benitite, boys. Oh, yeah. Yeah. We go 6. Nice. Nice. Alexandrite. There we go. I think I had a quest for some gems as well. I think I got the Escalum gem one at the moment. So, gonna be nice if we can find some Escalum here. That would be pretty amazing. Although I doubt it, because that's a really rare one. The Escalum is really rare. Although in this one, we... Wait. You got a bow. That's not cool. Wow, this is a big gem cluster. Oh my lord. Oh yeah. We got so much benitite. Oh my god. And black opal. My goodness. This is juicy. This is juicy. Bro. That's not good. Is that a scallum? I think it is. No, it's not. It looks too dark green. I don't think it's gonna be a scallum. It's tubium. Really now? Come on, you guys. Oh! That's only 1 though. I think I need to mine 4 or 6 or something crazy like that. Maybe I'll skip on that quest, to be honest. Okay. Okay, dude. Now you're asking for it. Get out of here. Okay, we got 29,000 experience. Yeah, no. We are just barely getting into level 19. Aw, dang. Dang! Oh, wait, it's in a new day as well. Sheesh. Alright, that was a pretty good vault run, though. That is some more armor, some more health. Healing efficiency. It's gonna allow me to survive better. I can deal with item quantity and rarity. I don't mind that much. Now, let's do that. Surviving is my #1 priority. That's good. I don't think we can unlock anything with it just yet. We can. We can unlock double pouches. Sick. That's absolutely sick. And having spotted all of that chromatic iron, I put it inside of my Ferni, and we were going to get another knowledge star because it was time to unlock double pouches. Oh yeah, I was so ready for that. I made another knowledge core, surrounded it by the shards, got a knowledge star, right-click that sucker into oblivion, and I unlocked the double pouches. I also spent 2 more levels into the hunter ability because having that thing at level 8 will be a blessing to have. Pouches are unlocked, well the double pouches are unlocked, and I was oogling that stack upgrade because stack upgrades, oh, they go a long way, man. I'm telling you, it's gonna be so nice when we get stack upgrades. That being said, the double pouch is also a really big change of the game because look at the amount of storage we now have. It is double the storage that we had before in our backpack slot that has a pickup upgrade. Oh yeah. Now for the next crystal, I needed kelp, stone, lapis, bones, which was fairly easy to make. I mean, I had everything laying around, so I quickly took that out of my storage facility and I inserted that into the vault altar. Just chuck everything inside, give it that redstone signal, let that beautiful animation play, and then ring! We got the next vault crystal in our inventory and we immediately activated it into the portal. After sleeping, we went into the next vault. This marks vault number 10, baby. Let's go. We gotta find 4 monoliths, and I was mainly focused on completion because I wanted to get that level 20 ASAP. So I gathered up the 4 different monoliths that were laid out around the whole vault, and then I quickly made my way back to my vault portal. That being said, getting those 4 monoliths still took me a good 17 minutes. So you can see that sometimes it's not easy to... Oh my god, we are just missing so few levels. Okay, I did manage to get another Escalum ore, so we can claim our bounty, and hopefully that will put us to the next level. I also re-rolled a chestplate that I got in this vault, and this one had a pretty high amount of armor. Instead of the 9 armor, we now had a chestplate with 10 armor. I claimed my Escalium bounty, and I started re-rolling the other bounties. We did make it up to level 20, but I was now looking for a bounty that would help me get ahead a little bit more. And that's when I found this tank mob bounty, which had another sword and another chestplate inside, which could be pretty nice if we get a lucky roll. So I activated that bounty and I checked all of the mobs that you could kill. And there's a lot of mobs, trust me. I also put the next expertise point into Infuser because in the future, we're going to be messing around with catalysts. They're awesome. I also unlocked the level 20, so the next vault crystal that we make is going to maybe have a dungeon door inside of it, which is going to be pretty awesome. I also got the next quest, which is to make an artifact tome, and now we're going to get into some of the lore of the mod pack, because we actually need to collect something, 25 of something, in order to finish this mod pack, like as in complete the pack. Which is going to be very interesting. First I had to make a lectern and turn that into an artifact tome, which I then had to find a nice place for to put it down. Now I found this top that was sticking out in the middle of the ravine and it looked awesome, but the problem is that you need a wall behind it to actually place the artifact into the artifact tome, which is kind of sad. I would have really loved to just place it in the air, but these artifacts, there's 25 of them. And we need to collect all of them in order to gain access to the Herald, which is the last vault you can complete. So it's gonna get pretty interesting. 25 is also a pretty hefty number. You can find these artifacts in completion crates and scattered throughout the vault, I believe. If you get doubles of any artifact, you can throw them in the fire and it will make an artifact fragment, which you can also craft into a new artifact. But yeah, that's going to be for a long while that we don't have to worry about that, because we are still in the early stages of the game and I'm still an infant. So, on to the next quest, which is the Spirit Extractor, and that's where things get a bit sad, because this thing will revive you, as in it will get your items back when you die in the vault. And for us, even if we die in the vault, the world gets deleted, so we cannot take use of that. So this pack just got a little bit more difficult. I also have to waste 2 black chromatic steel ingots on that. Are you kidding me? 2 black chromatic steel ingots? I know many ways to use those black chromatic steel ingots. Now, we have to get dripstones for our next vault crystal. There is a way of getting dripstone if you have the dripstone blocks, and you cannot craft them into dripstone. And that's getting a pickaxe and putting a pulverizing gem onto the pickaxe. Then you can take your dripstone blocks, which by the way I gathered up inside of a vault, as well as in the overworld. But you can use that with a pulverizing pickaxe and you can turn that back into the respective crafting item. So the dripstone in this case, which is awesome. Definitely useful for amethyst, prismarine, all that cool stuff. Now, level 20 vault crystal unlocked. You know we had to pop that sucker in right away. And we went straight for that vault, baby. Alright, we in this place. Let's go and get some living stuff, huh? Got our beautiful backpack ready. Backpack! Gotta find some monoliths. I see one right up ahead. Alright, how cool is that? Don't see any living chests in this one. Ooh. I do see gems though. I do be seeing gems. I know we'll be taking these gems. Alright, these are some pretty good gems to be honest. You can never have enough Biniatite, to be honest. What? Did you see how small that jump was? I got like a level 5 or 6 dash and it only did that. What? That was kind of ass, man. There we go. That's the type of jump I'm looking for. What? What was that? Oh my god. Oh yeah. Let's go. This is all ornate stuff. And it's just simply amazing. Oh, and also in those chests, you got a lot of raw carbon, which is exactly what we need. All right, cool. That was a pretty good run inside of that castle. Ah, we got some living chests down there. Knowledge essence, baby. Wow, living and gems. Crazy combination. After having mined up all of those gems, I had to find the exit, but that was not before I found this. That is a dungeon, ladies and gents. Now, what is a dungeon? It is pretty much whatever it says, a dungeon. So it's filled with mobs and with a specific type of chests or coins. Now, there is one champion in each dungeon, and depending on your luck, you might find yourselves an alchemy archive or an armory archive, which gives you either a potion upgrade or a new type of suffix and prefix you can unlock. Now, in these dungeons, I am really lucky that I got a normal dungeon, as you saw before, because these dungeons can go to an impossible difficulty, which means that the mobs in there will be stronger, and as you can see, these Vindicators have 100 health, so yeah, they are not easy to deal with. I managed to forge my way through this dungeon, and I found the champion. This is the Dungeon Vindicator champion that deals quite a bit of damage. And be careful, because these champions will always have a ranged attack as well. After dealing with the champion, I looted up the last ornate chests, and I got to choose a potion upgrade. Now, the Hatred Totem really caught my eye. This will summon a totem that deals damage to everything in the nearby vicinity over a duration. So it's like an AoE damaging effect that triggers every so often. I also managed to find another one of those desert rooms, but I only had 5 minutes on the clock. That's when I found another special room, and I didn't know even what this one was. So I did a little bit of time looking around, and when I hit the 3-minute mark, I knew I had to dip because I was running out of time. So I went back into the portal, and I completed the vault, which gave me another skill point to spend, and I still had that one remaining knowledge point. Now, it was getting really exciting because I had a lot of stuff to identify. So I did a bulk identification, and that is a really satisfying sound. And after spending some time looking throughout the gear, I noticed that I hadn't gotten anything better. So my gear was still top of the notch. So I wasn't going to switch out anything. I just went straight to checking my skill points because I wanted to get that extra level into strength, which would give me a little bit of an edge over the mobs that I was going to face in the next one. I also gathered up all the remaining knowledge essence that I had in my storage area, and I got around to making 8 more knowledge shards. Now it was time to take out all the vault diamonds and beniatite, make those knowledge cores, and I was able to make 1 more knowledge star. I also had 3 more knowledge cores lined up, so we were going to get to the belt soon enough. That will triple the original value of my backpack. I then spent some time forging some more carbon into chromatic steel, storing that all away in my inventory and my backpack, and also I realized I had enough chromatic steel in order to make the revival platform. Spirit Extractor has been made. This thing cost me so many resources, and it's absolute trash because it's useless. Yep. Very nice. It does give me 4 gold in return, though. Okay, what is this? Another big change after level 20 is the ability to find trinkets. These are powerful items that can be equipped in your bauble slot. They come in 2 different colors, blue and red. You may equip one of each color at any given time for a total of 2 trinkets. Okay. Blue gives you features that can't be acquired elsewhere. For example, the ability to triple jump or climb walls. Right. Red trinkets enhance stats such as mana regeneration or health. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, you can craft them in the Vault Forge as well. Wait, so we get a... Yeah, we get a roll for a random trinket. Come on, man. Give me something that enhances my stats. Ooh. Ooh, what do we get? Portable Cat. It's a blue one. Grants a dodge chance for incoming projectiles and removes block damage from explosions. A dodge chance for incoming projectiles. Okay. That is actually pretty good. Okay. Dungeons are scary places inside the vault containing challenge and loot. Yeah, this is the quest that I was... Oh no, open a dungeon door. This is not the quest that I was stuck on. It's the archives quest that I was stuck on. So we're actually moving up in the world pretty fast. Now, I know this quest says the Plunderer's Pearl, but I'm gonna do that now. What do we got? Salmon, coal, sweetberry, gravel. Ah, that's pretty easy. And gravel. Oh my god. I ran out of gravel. I don't need flint. I need gravel. There we go. Oh yeah, I need to put feather falling on these damn shoes, man. Come on, what am I doing? Look at that fall damage. Woo! So, gravel, sweetberry, salmon, coal. Boom. Boom. Level 21 vault crystal. Here we go. New vault is open. We are hunting for the dungeon door, right? Yeah. Yeah, we are hunting for a dungeon door. Oh, we get an elixir one. Wait, Champion's Abode. What is that? Hold on a minute. Let me look that up. Oh wow, it's smart, dude, smart. It says it here. So 10% chance for spawning champions, which is quite dangerous if we're not careful. Oh, dang, it's a champion. Oh my god. Oh my god. What champion is it? Oh. Hey, calm down, buddy. Oh, it's a normal champion, okay. Wait, it just spawned 2 champions. What? Oh my god. That is crazy. Oh my god, dude, there's all... So it just has a 10% chance to spawn a champion out of any mob it spawns? Jesus. That is scary, dude. That is actually really scary. Oh, and this one... Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Vault diamonds. That's nice. Hey! Normal! Oh! Spicy. Wait, what kind of mobs is this one? Okay, skeletons. No! Right, okay, yeah, that's messed up. Yep, I'm not doing this. Sure. At least I opened the dungeon door, so that's at least something. Really should have taken blocks with me, huh? So we got our quest done. Whoa, that gives us a pog. That's pretty good. Then we need to get the Plunderer's Pearls. Okay. I think it's been enough. I'm getting out of here. Yeah. I'm getting out of here. Got a good amount of knowledge essence. We got some vault crystal fragments. We got some vault diamonds. This is enough vault diamonds to make me do 2 plunder pearls. So that's what I will do. Because that is also the next quest. Wait, I also have a monolith crate here as well that I didn't open last time. After sorting all of my inventory, it was time to do another bulk identification. Lining up everything in the order of its rarity, I identified the bunch. Now there was one helmet that you saw in chat, and that's the helmet I stored away previously. We'll get back to that later. But from the bulk identification, there wasn't a single item better than what I was currently wearing. So it was on to the Plunderer's Pearls. I made 2 Plunder Pearls, which allowed me to not complete the quest because I had to apply it to a crystal first. And for that I needed bamboo. So I guess it was time we finally did some overworld exploration because I didn't have any bamboo. I also invested some skill points into Nova and I spec'd it into the Frost Nova because after fighting all those champions I realized I needed to have a way to freeze those suckers in place. And that is the best way to do it. Look at that. Just like that, the Frost Nova was learned. I also did some reforging on the epic helmet that I got. And I got a roll that has knockback resistance, 4 extra health, mana regen, and then I added 2 extra suffixes to it. And the suffixes were item quantity and healing efficiency. This was a pretty baller helmet, and I was gonna rock this for a good time. I also made a new knowledge star, which bumped me up to 3 knowledge points, and allowed me to unlock the belts mod. So, I went straight to it. I crafted another basic pouch, which I would upgrade to a double pouch. Just needed to make the extraordinary Larminar and the silk block, and then we were good to go to upgrade our 2 pouches to a double pouch, and then both of our double pouches up to a belt. And that's what we needed the Pog for, so I'm really happy we got that Pog that we did before. Because now I had triple the base value of a normal pouch. So we had quite the big backpack already. Now, if I was going to be able to get a stack upgrade, then this belt would have been it. It would have been GG's. First, I had to go out and find that bamboo, so I made my way over to a jungle biome and I started raiding the place. I mined every single block possible, from vines to saplings to bamboo to everything. I also realized I needed to not just submit this bamboo, but actually bone meal it, because otherwise I would have to go all the way back to a jungle biome again. So I first did some bambooing, something like that. And I got a lot of extra bamboo as well as some extra melons. And then I expanded onto my little farm that I had going. I wanted to set up nether wart, cactus, sugarcane, bamboo. I wanted to get everything set up so I could just pop in every few often and then just get all the farming materials that I need. I applied one of the plunder barrels to a crystal and that unlocked the next quest. And we were stuck on the archive quest now. So the only actual objectives I had for the next couple of vaults were just finding dungeon doors. I also took out my potion flask and I got some vault diamonds and vault gold, and I applied the hatred totem to my potion flask. So whenever I drink my potion and get some health back, it will spawn a totem that deals ability power to all mobs in a radius on a delay. These hits apply any on-hit effects you may have, so pretty strong if you ask me. And I opened my first Plunderer's Vault, which was really exciting. When I went inside the vault, I got a new type of vault. As you can see at the top there, I have an item that I need to find that belongs to a respective objective. So gilded chest, coins, and ores. Now you get those items as a certain type of drop from the specific source. These are scavenger items. Now, they only work inside of that vault you are running in. So make sure you realize what you're in for before you actually run out of time, because that's definitely scary about these ones. I then found my first dungeon very quickly, and these spiders are still as scary as ever, because this thing mauled me for almost all my health, and I was running low, dangerously low. I then activated my hatred totem, and I ran out, I got poisoned, and I was on the verge of dying, which was very, very scary. I'm scared. Oh my god. Get a little bit more of that essence. Oh my god. Did you see the damage? It critically hit me for almost all my health. Oh my god. Oh, it killed it. It killed it. My totem killed it. MVP. MVP. This thing is MVP. So yeah, as you saw there, the totem is absolutely amazing. But sadly, in this dungeon, there was not an archive to be looted. So we were back to square one on the quest line. I also found this village Omega room, but when I used my hunter's ability, it didn't seem like any living chests were there, so I dipped immediately. Because, well, I didn't really want to run out of time on this one. I then also checked my inventory and I'd looted up a bunch of gear, and I found myself in this factory room. Now, I know in the factory room there is a chest. No, not a chest. There is some ancient debris in this bucket here, but it is quite dangerous. I managed to freeze the last remaining mobs in place, and I could loot up all the ancient debris that was inside of the bucket, and then I could dip. Man, I still can't believe I launched myself up there. And I also found an X marks the spot room with only 2 minutes left on the clock, so I knew this was sweet temptation. Oh, 40 seconds on the clock. What the fuck? Man, I saw my world flash before my eyes. What do you mean? Get out of here. Jeez. Oh, knowledge star for 800. Yes, thank you. What? Oh my god. That's insane. Boom, claim that one. Holy. Wow. And just like that, we were already 1 knowledge point ahead of the game. I also went out in the overworld to do a little bit of exploration and gather up some more basic materials. I also had to find an ice patch, which took me quite a while of exploration, and I needed a silk touch pickaxe to mine up that ice. So back at the base, I got the silk touch, went back to the ice using my waystones. Those are a real lifesaver, and I got enough ice to last me for a crystal or 2. I then expanded a little bit more upon my farm, which I finally filled up with sugarcane, and I realized I could also grow netherwort with the farmer ability. So cactus and netherwort had to go in the farm. I made a choice flask to respec my skill of the farmer into a new specialization. This one was the gardener, so I was becoming ElAbro the gardener now. And that way I could now place some netherwort in the farm, get some sand and some cacti, and that way we could grow everything that's inside of the farm. Well, except for the melons, but that didn't matter too much. And I spent about 15 minutes just sitting in this farm watching everything grow. Yeah. Farming is a very, very boring process. But it has to be done. It's all for the greater good. So I farmed up my farm once, and then I sat there again making everything grow, which took another 15 minutes. I then submitted all the items at my crystal table. Well, I say crystal table, but it's actually the vault altar. And I had to kill some mobs really quickly. Having killed those mobs, I got enough of the mob drops to submit 6 bones into my vault altar, and we were back in the game. I could make my next vault crystal, and I was going to take a new bounty, because now I could find 24 vault apples, and I could get some pretty good rewards. Now, vault apples I have to find anyway, because they are in the living chests, and we are farming those. And this vault looked quite peculiar. I also had to go out and do another scavenger one. The last one I couldn't complete, because these scavenger ones are definitely no easy feat. And I got barraged by all of these slime mobs. For example, these gummy bears, they deal a lot of damage and they swarm upon you. There was an absolute swarm of these mobs. So I towed them down and I started killing everything. And after a good while, I actually completed the vault. That was my first scavenger vault I ever completed. It was pretty exciting, I gotta say. You don't really complete these a lot of the time unless you have some choice flasks with you to respec your hunter ability. You can respec your hunter ability before you enter the vault, so you can set it to whatever you're still looking for. It's kind of like a cheaty way of getting these scavenger vaults done. I also stored away all of the items that I looted up in the last vault, and it was time to collect all of the scavenger items that I didn't use, which became rotten when I came back to the overworld, and I put them in the soul diffuser, because now you can use those to get your soul essence. And then using those rotten items, you can make soul shards, and you can use that in the black market. I also decided to bump the damage from my hatred totem up by getting a wand that gives me ability power and cooldown reduction. instead of a shield with only 5% block chance, because that doesn't really do anything. And I got another roll on my vault altar, and I was pretty sure I had all of the items remaining. So I took them out of my storage system and I submitted them. Now we got another vault crystal, so we are ready to rock and roll again. The next one was a little bit more difficult. I had to get half a stack of potatoes. I didn't have that, however. So I went outside and I quickly started making a potato farm. Now I had this idea before that I wanted to make giant farms on top of the base. And it was finally starting to take shape. So that was cool. We had the potato farm set up. Now we just had to have some patience. Man, my grandma just gave me some candy. And I'm going to take a picture of them. You guys know what kind of candy I'm talking about. It's called Mawam. Mawam. That word doesn't sound like it makes any sense. I'll put it on screen. Man, it's good. Here it is. The flask for farmer. Here we go. And I have another vault crystal lined up, so that's kind of nice. I'm definitely ready to head into that vault. For sure. Let us get our farmer to... You just need bone meal for those. You cannot use your farmer ability. Okay. I didn't know that. So we'll go ahead and grab this bone meal. And let's get ourselves some potatoes. Okay, there we go. They gave me 60 potatoes. Wait, I need half a stack. Okay. So that's all the taters I can plant. God damn. Half a stack of taters. Here we go. Now my question is, am I going to get plunderer's pearls or am I just going to run regular ones? I think I'm going to run regular ones. How much knowledge essence? Whoa. Hold on. Hold on a minute. Wait a moment. Look at this. Okay. Okay. Another knowledge star coming in hot, baby. Nice. We are only 3 knowledge stars away from the stack upgrade. I do want to get an additional pouch. So for that, I'm going to need some Larminar. I'm going to need some silk. Essence. Vault diamonds. Ooh, running low on vault diamonds. And shulker shells. Here we go. We got to make a silk block. And we got to make 2 of those, I think. Then we can make a pouch. Now, why am I making a regular pouch? That is to dump all the stuff in. Because apparently you have this slot memory. Allows selecting slots that remember their contents and only allow matching stacks in them. Haha, get frozen in place. Beat it. Oh yeah. Oof. Woo. I love seeing that knowledge essence. You know I do. I also want to see some dungeon doors. Yeah, I also want to see some dungeon doors, dude. Come on. Give me some dungeons, baby. What's that over there? Wait, that's a special place. Hold on. Yeah. What do we got over here? I am glad I visited this place. Look at that. Catalyst fragment, vault essence. Ah. Let's go. Oh, that's big. Hey. You guys have no business over here. Oh my days. Hey. I'll just kill you with my sickle, man. That's how big of a threat you are to me. Nothing. You're not even a threat. Nothing. Haha. More vein mining. You guys know I love vein mining those wooden chests. It's nice. What is this? Oh. Got a special place over here. Wow, that baby zombie was fast. Well, this is the stacked vault, man. Oh, yeah. I really got no idea where those spiders are coming from. I hear them, but I don't know where they're coming from. We already got so much loot. It is my #1 priority to get these dungeon doors out of the way. #1 priority. For the simple reason that I want to get these quests going, man. Ah! Don't do that. There are some coins over here. So that's cool. Whoa! No! I got arachnophobia. Don't come near me. Oh! Gilded. I do not have a gilded affinity, however. Yeah. Man, there is no living chest in this place. Not a single one. Come on, dungeon. I gotta find the dungeon now, man. What do you want to bet if I find the dungeon? It's gonna have the impossible difficulty. How much we betting, boys? How much we betting? We're level 25 now. So we get another expertise point and we get 3 unspent skill points. Oh yeah. To be fair, they're all going in heal. Cause I need to be healing a lot. I'll get the mana regeneration after this one, but I definitely need to put those in healing. We have 1 unspent expertise point. Now, I do want to get this one, because it's just way better when we get to that stage. Let's see, Jewel Applicator, there we go. Now it's got gilded, so we can gather those up pretty easily as well. That's not what the plan was. What? I just got an Omega chestplate, that's level 22. 5 health, 3 armor, 12% increased attack damage, 9 trap disarm, and healing efficiency. Yeah, this is a better chestplate. Yeah, look at that. Whoa! Look at us! Oh my god, what? Crazy. I got 1 less armor, but I got more health. So that is pretty sick. I can make 1 of these, and that should give me enough experience to go to level 26. Oh, almost, really. There we go. Now we're level 6. And why did I want to get level 6? Well, so that I can get sorcery. So I get extra mana regeneration when I'm at full health. Nice. And our vault gear that we find now is going to be level 26. Mobs are also stronger, so that's something I do got to worry about. I got a vault with no modifiers. Okay, but we are running. Also, Sea Lantern. Haha, I'll take those for the Prismarine. For sure. Oh, I didn't empty my bag again. Man, I'm such an idiot. Alright, here we go. We are finished here. Done and dusted. That took me like, what, 2 or 3 minutes? Yeah, pretty sick. Alright, we got some living on top
And
there.
collecting those living chests was my top priority at this point, because we needed to rush those stack upgrades ASAP. That was going to make my life so much easier, because you can use that in combination with the pickup upgrade. I also completed my bounty and we were good to go. I found another room with a ton of living chests, so I was in the money on this vault. In the money. Back at the base, I also discovered that I had a moonshine blade, or at least a transmog, but I did get a chaining epic sword, so that was awesome. I claimed my bounty and immediately activated the next one. I did, however, have to do a little bit of re-rolling in order to get the correct bounty, because a lot of these bounties are just made to be skipped through. But then I found an interesting one. But I remembered that I had some pearls laying around. So after a little bit of re-rolling, I managed to get this one for 21 chromatic steel. Nice. The next item on the list was making some more knowledge shards, because I'd gotten a ton of them in the last vault, which made me able to make 1 more knowledge star. And I had enough beniatite and enough of those vault diamonds to craft up another knowledge core. So we were really big on the knowledge essence, which means that we only had 1 more knowledge star to get in order to get our stack upgrade, which was really good. And that's when the unthinkable happened. I got a vault rock that needs 8 rabbit's feet. Oh. What do we got? We got the rabbit spawn egg, though. We got the rabbit spawn egg. Okay. It might be interesting to go over it. Cagerium is 3 knowledge points. Oh, dude. Dang. Yeah, I'll do it. Yeah. Okay. So we need to make a terrarium. Yeah, this is one. Meat blog and binding wood plate.
And these recipes are incredibly expensive, but I just had enough to make one terrarium, which was good because I could expand my base a little bit more, adding a deep slate layer of like an edge cliff to the side of my base, leading to another cave system. Now, this was going to give me enough room to actually start making these Cagerium spawners. I just had to place a chest down, the terrarium on top, and I was going to place my rabbit egg inside. Now this system is hooked up, and I just had to extend its reach using the cables to connect to my main hub. This way, all of the loot from my cage would go directly into my storage facility. I then added a little bit of flooring into my base, and I realized I had to really think about my base building, because we would have to wait quite a long time for these 8 rabbit's feet to actually drop from my spawner. So I started adding some walls around the base, and that started giving me a couple of ideas. I started to get a plan for how I really wanted to build my base. Now, I really like a good oak and deep slate combo, so I started making a staircase leading from my farms up to my actual base. Now, I added a little bit of slabs in order to sort of, randomize my staircase going up and make it look a little bit nicer, and I was gonna surround all of this with deep slate. I also added a deep slate floor to my base, and then I took out some gilded scones in order to light up the place around it. I then had to do Project Deforest the Amazon into my own backyard because I completely ran out of logs. I had no oak planks to work with, so I had a personal grudge against every oak tree that was in my world, and I killed all of them. But it was for a good cause because we can now make this 6 staircase. I mean, look at this. And you gotta say, this kind of looks nice. Oak, deep slate, shaders pack, it's looking pretty awesome. I also had a feeling that I could expand a little bit more upon the new cave system that I found, and I was going to add a deep slate floor to this one. I wasn't going to use the polished one, I was going to use the raw deep slate, just to add a little bit of variation to the base. I then finished up making my back wall out of polished deep slate, which would give it a more industrial feeling. Don't mind me, I'm just messing up my block placing over there, but I ended up placing these polished deep slates all over the base. I also added a middle hub of flooring, and I added a wall of deep slate around my staircase. Then I started to make a couple of different roads diverging from my farm to both sides, so to the right and to the left. I wanted to add sort of, floating roads that were completely surrounded with deep slate as like a pavement to the side, and then the middle would be oak. And I actually really liked the look it gave. Also, it looks really cool on the minimap, so that was a good bonus points for this combo. I then added walls, polished deep slate walls, all around the staircase and the other side of the base. And it was all coming together quite nicely, even if I do say so myself. Now, I was constantly running out of gilded scones, deep slate, and oak, so yeah, it was quite the tedious job. But I managed to also finally block off the water that was flowing down into the cave system, and this was going to give me a little bit more control over how I was going to place the water, because I do like the way that water looks floating down, but it was a little bit annoying for my farm. Talking about my farm, I did a full harvesting period, and it was really nice. This thing actually grows pretty fast if you just let it do its thing. I replanted my cacti, and I was back on my way. I wanted to add a little bit of decoration to the base, and I decided on a sort of fountain-like structure, and it all sounded really easy in my head until I actually started building it, and it took quite some time. After a while, I managed to put in the water bucket, let it flow down and hit one of the glowstone blocks, and then it would be caught by another glowstone base. And you gotta say, this is a really nice addition to the base. This looks really cool. I really like how glowstone looks in the shader pack, gotta say. Yeah, and don't worry, I took care of that little cobblestone that was floating there. I then expanded my bottom floor a little bit using another road, and I wanted to have this road diverge both ways around the new decoration that I'd made. So that was going to be pretty cool. I could have, like, for example, one road lead upwards and one road lead downwards. That was going to be really sick. Like, I could carve a tunnel straight through the ridge, and that would lead into either my farms or my base, or, yeah, I just had these crazy ideas. I also added a floating tree surrounded by glowstone, which was also really cool. After bone mealing this bad boy up, I realized I wanted to put some vines on it. Now, these vines were going to grow all the way down to the bottom of the mines, and it was going to look absolutely sick, like an overgrown tree with glowstone. After that, I admired my beauty, and I went back to work, checking on my rabbit's feet. And no luck yet. I did not really have that many. I certainly could not make my vault crystal yet, which was the big sad. I only had 4. Yeah, what you gonna do about it? We have some more time to do the base building though, so that's nice. I did get sick of waiting around, so I made a nature compass, and I had the bright idea to go out looking for a desert. And the closest one was actually pretty close by, like 1,600 blocks. That should only take me a day to get there. Using my dash ability was definitely a big up for this exploration phase. And I also had a waystone with me to plunk down whenever I got to the desert. Now, it did take me all the way until nighttime till I actually got there. Okay, I just had the weirdest stuff happen to me. I loaded up into my world. I was on my phone scrolling. I got blown up by a creeper and my game crashed. Like, what is going on? This world is possessed, man. Y'all got me tripping if I'm gonna die like this. Hey, to be fair, if I die because the game crashed, I am giving myself another life. My sanity cannot deal with this. Let's see, are we alive or not? Come on, baby. Don't hurt me. Come on. Come on. Ah, man, the tension. The tension. It's too much for me. Okay, where are we? Heal? Healing? Okay. I was doing something, but it's been like a day or two, and I completely forgot where I was going. I think I was going to a desert. Yeah, I remember now. We were going to a desert biome in order to find some rabbits, because we have 4 rabbit's feet and we need 4 more in order to open our next vault. We've been kind of soft capped on going into the next vault by this stupid rare item. And the rabbits were certainly not easy to kill. They were playing tag all along. Managed to get them though. Dimitri, what the fuck is this? Oh my god, what? Dude, that's insane. Dude, this is insane. What? Where's the trader? Is he inside of there? Yeah, he's inside of there. Moonstone? What? What is moonstone? Dang, dude. At least we got 4 rabbit's foot from that. But we need 8. 8 rabbit's feet. What? Oh, black chromatic steel. I'll take that. We're also still on the quest to kill horde mobs. That's right. Now, is there anything else I can do? Spend a little bit of time. I'm trying to think. I mean, I could expand my storage system. Could do that as well. We have the logs for it, so... Actually, yeah, let's do that. So, if I now use all of these, I can make 32 more chests. And that's exactly what I did. I hollowed out my storage facilities area a little bit more, and I added the 32 chests to the system. Oh, there's no way. There's no way you got netherite doors. What? Oh, we don't have enough gold, though. Oh, wait, maybe we do. We do. Look at this. Oh, my God, that is cool. Yeah, that's awesome, dude. What? Look at this stuff. Oh, my God. How awesome is that? After having the netherite doors added to my base, I felt the decoration ElAbro come up. So I was going to start adding a little bit extra special thingies to the base. So like these lanterns you're seeing right here, those were also extra. I then spent a lot of my vault burger materials to bump myself up 2 levels. I went from level 27 to 29, which gave me 2 more skill points to spend. And what did I spend those on? Both on sorcery. because I needed to have that extra mana regeneration anyway. Might as well just do it now. And we got one more rabbit's foot. So we just needed 3 more and then we were good to go. Now these 3 I could probably get by building my base a bit more. So I just did some general housekeeping. I turned all my carbon into refined carbon, turned that into chromatic steel. I went ahead and made a new pickaxe that I turned into a paxel, added a ton of mining speed jewels to it, so it had 18 extra mining speed, which means that we're gonna destroy wooden chests much quicker. I enchanted the bad boy with efficiency 5, fortune 3, and unbreaking 3. I stashed away my old paxel because that one was just garbage. Chucked that out the window. We don't need that anymore. And then I started onto my first expansion of the 2 diverging roads. I was going to make one road that leads downwards, and that could go into a giant open area inside of the cave. I wanted to decorate the whole cave in this style with oak and deep slate. And the other way I was going to go upwards into the side of the ravine structure. I also added these new pillars that I could add lanterns to, and I thought this would look really nice. Just add a little bit more depth to these roads that I'm building. Had a little visit from that creeper, which I sincerely did not want to have in my base after I spent so much time building it. And then I made the second road. This road was going to go up and inside the mountain. But for that, of course, I had to hollow out the whole mountain, which was actually a really fun project to do. It's really small. I really shouldn't call this a project, but, you know, I like to make it sound more cool than it actually is, because I'm just adding a road and adding some deep slate to it and thinking it looks really cool. A lot of you guys are probably thinking that I'm an idiot right now, but I was absolutely enjoying every single second of this, because I was adding walls, I was adding lighting, I was just having a good time. This is like the first time in Minecraft that I actually build a base, so I had a lot of fun with this. And if you look at the minimap, I actually really do think that this looks absolutely sick, especially for the type of world generation that I'm building my base into. I then also figured out that I had enough rabbit's feet. We could finally go inside the vault again. You do not know how happy I was that this was over. I mean, I enjoy base building, don't get me wrong, but having to wait for 8 rabbit's feet is absolutely gruesome. My next crystal wasn't any better. This one needed some type of concrete or cement or I don't even know. But I just opened my next vault and I went inside of it, leaving all the worries of the overworld behind me. Because we got a pretty sick vault that gives 100% more soul shards. How sick is that? So I immediately got started on killing mobs and looting loot, before I started getting critically hit and ambushed by a bunch of different mobs. These things were scary. And they were imposters. Yeah, they were imposters. They were making... Did you hear that, man? It was making cow sounds and sheep sounds. Pretty crazy. Wooden chests get destroyed really quickly now. Look at that. How sick is that? And that's when I found this dungeon. And it immediately spawned piglins. And I was a little bit scared to go inside. So I had to camp outside of the dungeon because these guys were hitting like trucks. So I just used the hatred totem and I just let it do its thing. I was just gonna loot up the upper side of the dungeon, placing a hatred totem down every few often, and then just let them die by the hatred totem. After they were dead, I knew I had to be quick about this. I took out the oak logs out of my inventory and I started to gather up a couple of blocks. I was going to block off some areas in order to give me a safe retreat whenever I would need it to. And trust me, we're gonna need it in this dungeon because stuff is about to get real. It's about to get as real as it gets. I first had a battle both with the piglins and the doors, and then it was time to get the scare of a lifetime. Talk about real scary, huh? What?
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Run.
Shoot. Okay, what are we dealing with? I don't want it to end the same way it did in my last run. Last run was also due to a dungeon. Oh my god. My heart's racing. My heart's racing, dude. My heart is racing.
Hello, motherfucker.
That's a champion. That's a champion. That's a champion! I'm taking way too many risks. Ow. Hey, why are you critically hitting me so much? That's not cool. Shh. Oh, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, it seems like it's, again, a dungeon without any alchemy modifiers. Is what it is, I guess. We do have some concrete powder. So I'll gather that up. Nice for the next one. I guess that is the dungeon cleared. Easy peasy, man. Come on. What do you take me for? I'm a professional vault diver. Yo. Yo, it is nuts, man. It is absolute nuts. Absolutely nuts. I do not like these dungeons. I like them for the gear that they give, but I do not like them for all the other stuff. Scare of a lifetime, almost getting slaughtered in a dungeon. I managed to complete the vault and claim all of its rewards. And having the elixir crate, I was ready to spend my new expertise point. Oh yeah. I ended up going for the mystic expertise because that was going to help me with crystal instability. It's a difficult term, you don't have to worry about it now. We'll get into that a lot later. Now, I did want to make a couple of different vault crystals now because I was running dangerously low on vault loot. I also made 8 plunder pearls. And you might think that's a little crazy, and you would be absolutely right, but at that time, I thought it was the great thing to do. I also activated a new quest, which was a Light the Monoliths bounty. This was going to give me a couple of really good rewards. But for making my next crystal, I had to do some pumpkin farming. Now, I sat there for a long time and I played pumpkin whack-a-mole, getting as many pumpkins as I needed, and then some more. And some more. And I ended up with more than like a stack and a half that I just dumped inside of my storage facility. I wasn't going to be worried about having enough pumpkins in the future. I did, however, take out a new rock, and I visited my potato farm a little bit later on, finally finishing up my potatoes. So yeah, that's like one of the farms completed. And then I had to spend some time during the night killing some more mobs, and I ended up being able to make the next crystal. Now, I had 8 crystals that I wanted to make and 8 plunder pearls. The next crystal was also easy enough to make. I went out in the world, did some exploration, got some more pumpkins, funnily enough, and I killed some more random mobs. Now, mainly I was also looking for skeletons to just have a backlog of bone meal, which would always come in handy. I created the second of 8 crystals, and things were starting to look pretty good. I then made the third crystal, and the fourth crystal needed almost a stack of carrots. So, you already know what time it is. We're going to make a new farm. Same like we did with the potato farm, I made a carrot farm that has the same size and is adjacent to the other farm, because I had some cool ideas on how to decorate this stuff. First, I had to do some bone mealing, getting as many carrots as possible, so I could fill out most of the farm. And then I realized that these farms are actually quite big. They're like above a stack and a half. So I needed to let this farm do its thing, let it grow a little bit. And I was going to do some base building during the daytime, so I could do some skeleton hunting during the nighttime. I added another bridge going outwards from my hub of all my different vault tool stations, and I made this creep up the wall alongside of the ravine in order to have some access to my farms. I want to extend this pathway going all the way from my base to my farm and back. I then wanted to add a little bit of deep slate walls to the side And that is what I did during the nighttime. I actually spent a really long time building this base. But I gotta say, having a waystone hooked up like this to a path looks really nice. And I had some big plans for the farm, trust me. I firstly added a exterior layer of pavement, I'll call it now, so like an outer ring of polished deep slate. I added these lantern posts all around throughout the corners of my farm. That way my crops would also grow during the nighttime and not just during the daytime. And I gotta say, things are starting to look pretty good. I then went back to the base to gather up a couple more resources in order to start adding walls to the side of this stairway. Finishing up both sides was the most difficult task, and it's actually quite resource heavy. I didn't really think that this many resources would go into building a base, but hey, here I am learning. And I also added a sideways going staircase of oak that would lead directly to the path connecting my waystone and that connects to my base. After adding everything up and adding all of the deep slate to the outer layers of my path, I gotta say, maybe I do have a little bit of a builder inside of me. Maybe, even if it's just 10% of what you guys would expect from me. Hey, I'm making moves, I'm building the base, and it's looking pretty nice. I mean, at least for me, it's looking pretty nice. Right, guys? Please tell me it looks nice. Please don't make me feel bad. If any of you are shitting on my base,
I swear I will find you.
don't shit on my base, man. Come on. Look at these little lanterns going up. How can you not like this? It looks sick. Okay, you can't convince me. This looks sick. It's awesome. Look at this. How cozy is this? Now, when I went to submit my carrots and make the new crystal, I stumbled across the next problem. And that's my realization that I needed to have 2 more farms. There is still wheat that we need to farm, and also beetroot. That one we can also farm. And I haven't even talked about the sea farms that we can make as well. But, well, I guess we'll get into that at some point. First, I made a path leading towards my already connected path to my base. And I hollowed out 2 more places to make farms. So I had the wheat farm going, and I actually made it before I needed it. I didn't want to really have to wait until the wheat was grown and so I could make another crystal. I just wanted to get it over with, because it was actually really fun making these farms. And I had a fourth, how do you say it, like a fourth square at my farms prepared for beetroot. And that's when I ran into the next issue of the next crystal, and that was ice. I did not have a place that generated ice. And there was an ice biome 25,000 blocks away, which was a total no-go. There was an ice marsh about 5,000 blocks away. And an ice spikes biome 7,000 blocks away. So we were going to have to swallow the bitter pill, and we're gonna have to go to the ice spike biome. Yikes. And so I set out to explore the beautiful nights across rocky plains biomes, finding ruined nether portals, making my way across the landscape as a beautiful sunset happened. Right before my eyes. I also found some lushy caves while I was exploring towards these icy peaks, and a beautiful sun dawn? No, what is it called? When the sun goes down. A down sun, a beautiful down sun also happened on my travels. And before I knew it, a day had gone by and I had actually reached the icy peaks. So I could finally get all the ice that I needed. Luckily, I still had 1 more waystone laying around, which I immediately plunked down, so I would never have to travel 7,000 blocks again. And back at the base, I was ready to submit everything. I also got a ton of random overworld stuff that I just dumped in my chest in case I ever needed it for making a vault crystal. And there we go. The 6th vault crystal had been made. The 7th one was easy as well. And the 8th vault crystal I also had all the resources for. So that was pretty awesome. Now we had all the vault crystals that I needed in order to apply all my plunder pearls to. Now I would have 8 vaults where I could just completely loot up everything. And there we go. The first one was open.
Plunder vaults, here we come. I want loot, baby. And I got immediately greeted with some beautiful living chests and a ton of mobs, of course, which I froze in place and slayed all together. Now, the cool thing is that I also looted up mainly gilded chests and wooden chests because I needed vault diamonds, vault essence, carbon, and catalyst fragments. Catalyst fragments are in the wooden chest. They're quite a rare drop. Now, I did find my share of carbon in the ornate chests that were laying around in this vault, which is always good. You always want to loot up your ornates, even if it's just for your carbon. I also managed to mine up quite a few gems, and that was beautiful, because we're going to need a lot of Larminar if we want to get into the heavy backpacks. After looting up the first plunder vault, I also completed my bounty, and it was time to look at my spoils of war. First, I had to open my monolith crate, and it just had some basic loot, but a crate is always nice. And my spoils of war included some, well, a little bit of knowledge dust. I got another passive egg, and I got some vault bronze, some carbon, some vault plating, some Larminar. That's the good stuff. Now, in the big backpack, I had a stack of knowledge dust, I had some dream shards, I had some relic booster packs, vault apples, some more burger components. This was really good. And 38 Bennyatite. Never forget about the Bennyatite, man. That stuff is good. And so I set out to make another knowledge star. We had 3 knowledge stars in the bag right now, and I was gunning for that 4th and 5th one. I claimed my bounty and immediately activated the next bounty. I did have to do a little bit of re-rolling, but that was fine. Eventually, I found one for 11 vault diamonds and some chromatic steel, which is really good. I also obtained a repair core and a new magnet, and I was really hoping that this magnet would be good. And it was, because it was epic. Now, it had a pretty high copiously modifier, which gives me more gems for each ore that I mine, but I wanted to re-roll it and get a little bit more range and velocity, and I got the beautiful rarity and quantity on top of it as well. So we were in the money. I also repaired my Paxel using the repair core and stored away the rest of the... Never mind storing away the rest of the items, we just got a knowledge star from the black market for 900 shards. That is beautiful. I then went into my skill points and I invested another skill point into Nova to increase its range a little bit. Having more range on that ability is definitely going to go a long way. Now, I wanted to switch over to the Poison Nova at some point, but I think it was still too early. I did not have any ability power items yet, so it was definitely not worth it. The next Plunder Vault was the same as the last one, although in this Plunder Vault, I got greeted by a couple of champions, and especially this champion with the bow was quite dangerous, as it can also critically hit me for some reason. Not cool. I managed to finish off the first champion, and the second champion immediately showed up in the first room as well. This was an easy champion, he was not fast, and I could just critically hit him. Yeah, nothing a couple critical hits to the dome will do. Always gets the job done. After killing that champion, I looted up the gilded chest that he was guarding, and I found an X marks the spot room. So, you already know I went down immediately to let the room do its thing. After a while, these room walls will drop, and you will either get a good or a bad X room. So yeah, we wait now. Of course, we get a bad one. In the bad one, only mobs will spawn and no chests will appear. In the good ones, you will get like 20 or 30 ornate chests, so it's really sick. It's like a gamble. Don't gamble, by the way. You'll see that later in the mod pack. Gambling is really, really bad. Oh yeah, you will see what I mean. I also found this weird tier 3 husk tank mob, so that's apparently a thing now. And I found another X marks the spot room. And knowing my luck, this is gonna go exactly the same as the last one, and we're gonna get another bad room again. How much you wanna bet, guys? I'm betting $5 this is another bad room. Okay, you owe me $5 now. I really would have liked ornate chests more than $5 though. Not gonna lie. And it got a little bit scary because these mobs, yeah, they do not want to let you escape.
I also found this tier 3 tank husk champion mob. That's a whole sentence to say. And yeah, just like I said before, nothing a couple of critical hits to the dome won't get right. There you go. These guys are not dropping good gear though. Although I did find a bit more gems, so that was nice. This guy was hoarding a big stash of gems. Let me just mine up all of them. And I found a village Omega room, which was pretty good. Now, in these Omega rooms of the village, there is a ton of chests that will spawn of a specific variety. So, for example, in this one, it is all ornate. Now, I didn't have that much time, so I dipped very fast after that. I completed the vault, and it was time to check out the loot again. So, in my big backpack, you can see I got another stack of knowledge essence, got some more dream shards, got a ton of gems, some more vault diamonds, only 9, but that's still good for 1 crystal. And I got some more vault essence as well as silk and some good stuff. Yeah, it was a good vault, man. Gotta say. In the small backpack was also a little bit of loot, but nothing too crazy. I just had some benitite, some larminar, vault bronze, vault silver, and black opals. The black opals were really nice, and about 2.5 stacks of carbon. So, yeah. All in all, this was a really good vault. Now, on to the juicy stuff. We're making another knowledge star. I had 5 knowledge points, so you already know we're getting that stack upgrade, baby. Oh yeah, this is going to be nasty. This effectively doubles the storage inside of my belt. Oh yeah, dude, I can store 2 stacks of one item in 1 slot. And we can even upgrade those stack upgrades to make it like 16 stacks in 1 slot. It's insane. I also needed to activate another bounty because we completed the previous one, and I was stacking up on chromatic steel. I also found this one, 22 chromatic steel for finding 17 silver scrap, as well as a stack of emeralds, which is always nice. And then I thought it was time to restock all of my stations. So my tool station got a load of vault bronze to go into it. And my artisan station I needed to resupply as well. The jewel cutting station got resupplied with the vault silver. And then later on I took out the driftwood and the vault plating in order to restock my artisan station. Also the tool station needed the driftwood, and then the vault forge needed some platings, as well as the artisan station needed some more plating as well. And we were running on full stores now. I had actually so much loot that I made a stack and half vault alloys in order to do some vault crafting. So you can also make your own vault gear. It is rather expensive though, so I only made a couple of boots because I really needed some real shoes. My shoes were lagging behind. And luckily for me, we only got scrappy ones. I just had to get my sadness gone by running another vault and looting some more loot. This time we got an elixir vault, which is always nice, and I found a rather interesting dungeon. We got a hard pillager dungeon. Now, is this a good idea to run this dungeon? No. Am I gonna attempt it? Of course, man. What do you think? I blocked off the main entrance, and yes, I'm using block tactics. Don't judge me, but I really don't want to die. And I just lured every single pillager to my blocks, and then just farmed them up. I mean, come on, dude. They have 200 health. What do you mean? It's like 100 hearts. I only have like 22 hearts. Come on, man. You really think this is a fair fight? I accidentally mined the floor, but that was good because now I had a funnel for the pillagers to come directly to me. Managed to finish up all of the vindicators. They're not pillagers, they're vindicators. Managed to finish up the vindicators, and the whole upper floor of this dungeon was looted up. I got all of the gilded chests, and it was good loot, man. I got a lot of vault diamonds from this stuff. And then I managed to spawn the bottom floor. This was a pillager, however. This guy had a crossbow, and he really did not like me. He really did not like me. We just had a western shootout. I just throw my javelin in his face, and it was GG. And then it was time to kill the champion. Now I had to act quickly because this champion will throw rocks that deal a ton of damage, and this guy has 600 health, man. Come on. What do you mean? I only deal 30 damage. If this was like a real fight, I would never win this. So I have to stack the odds in my favor. I also got an unidentified wand, which was nice, and I looted up all of the gilded chests that were in there. And yeah, of course, one of them was trapped, so that was nice. And out the corner of my eye, I spotted that this had an alchemy archive. So we finally completed the quest for the alchemy archive. It only took like, what, 20 days? Oh my god. Insane. It wasn't even a good alchemy roll. But still, we completed the quest, so I was happy. And I was so happy that I immediately ditched this vault because I wanted to progress my quests. I also had a ton of gear from those ornate chests, and I actually got quite a couple of good rolls. I also got a new vault sword, which was higher in vault level, so I definitely had to do a little bit of re-rolling because it also had the chaining ability. And then I completed my archive quest, which gave me a pog. Awesome! Then we had to make the modifier workbench. This pretty much allows you to not re-roll your prefix and suffixes, but it allows you to craft, or well, better said, buy the affixes. So I quickly made the workbench, and I needed to find a place to stash this thing. And yes, you saw that right. We have about a stack of chromatic steel, so we are ballin'. Now, I didn't really understand how this modifier workbench worked, so I just left it alone for now. Yeah. Storing gear. This was the new quest. We would be able to make a wardrobe that would save a layout. So it's kind of like a hot save to... Like, for example, if you're running an attack setup, you can have all your gear with attack damage. And if you want to run a ability power setup, you can have a gear set that has ability power. And you could store them in the wardrobes. So that's kind of interesting. Gives a lot of freedom for customization and switching between builds later on in like the end game. I don't think it's going to be useful early game like we are, but end game, it could definitely be useful. I actually got another wardrobe as a reward for making one, so that was kind of funny. And I made a little hallway that would be able to store my item sets. My black market did not have any good trades, and then it was time to get the next quest going. Now I needed to make a skill altar, and this thing was mad expensive. 3 black chromatic steel ingots. Yeah, you saw that right? 3 black chromatic steel ingots. We had 2 laying around the base, and I had some black opal, and I had a ton of chromatic steel. So I wasn't worried about the cost of the skill altar, but I was worried for the usefulness of the skill altar for me right now. Because the skill altar would allow you to save builds, as in skills. You could upload them and download them whenever you feel like it. So I uploaded my current build, which is just basically survive. It didn't really have that much of a meaning yet, but it's going to be interesting later on. And that's when I found one of my favorite items in the mod pack, the transmogrification table. Oh yeah, this is going to allow us to play around with transmogs and actually start playing Fashion Souls, man. For those of you who play Dark Souls and you were a bit into the fashion, this is Fashion Souls 101. You place this table down, give it some vault bronze, and you can make your item look like any item you have discovered before, which is absolutely amazing. I love this. I love this. You can really tell that the mod pack creators were big fans of RPGs, because they did this pack right, man. They completely did it right. After the transmogrification table, it was time for the catalysts. Now this is where the juicy stuff happens. Catalysts will allow you to modify your vault, adding new chests or adding new ores, increasing the ore count, increasing the chest count, but it comes at a price. Whenever you modify a crystal using a catalyst, it will become unstable. The more instability it has, the more likely it is to become unmodifiable. And the crystal will not accept any more catalysts or become cursed if it is unmodifiable. So it's kind of like a high risk, high reward type of thing. Also, if you apply a catalyst, you can also get negative modifiers. So that's why I invested my expertise points into the catalyst creation, because now we have 60% chance that it doesn't become a negative modifier. So we made the catalyst infusion table, and now we had to get some dream essence or vault. I wasn't really sure. We had to get some kind of essence. I crafted up 2 non-infused catalysts, and it was time to figure out what essence I needed for it. And I soon came to learn that this essence was rather expensive, requiring 2 vault diamonds, a perfect benitite, 2 vault essence, and 2 dreamstones. So yeah, it's quite expensive. We do have the resources to create 3 of them, which is good, but it is still expensive. I then applied the essence to my first catalyst, and I got a living modifier with no negative modifiers. The second one had a gilded modifier, but also a random negative. So yeah, there you go. I applied... Well, I didn't apply, because if you apply a Plunder's Pearl to a Vault Crystal, it becomes unmodifiable. So you need to add it to a fresh Vault Crystal. Now we needed some seagrass, some slime, and a lot of that other stuff. And I had the seagrass, and I had the slime, but I was just short 2 seagrass. I submitted all the items, went to bed, and in the morning, we would go and hunt for some of that seagrass. Now it was time to do a little bit of exploring, because I also went to the Nether, because we were missing the glowstone. I did not have enough glowstones to submit. So after a quick stop in the Nether, the next biome was a ocean. So yeah, the best of 2 worlds, I guess. And I collected a ton of seagrass and also kelp. I collected way more kelp than I ever should. Also, that's kind of cool that there is an underwater ruined nether portal. Look at that. And back at the base, I was able to make my next vault crystal. This one I was going to infuse with that living crystal catalyst in order to actually get these quests going, because I was so excited to get into the end game of the quests. That's probably still the early game. Don't shout at me. I'm a noob at this. But I was finally happy to progress these quests. And there we go. I got 25% more living chests in living POIs. That's pretty much what it means from what I can make up out of it. And the next quest was bugged. I couldn't select the next quest. So we had to do a quick relog, and then after that we would be able to do the next quest. I went back to my farm, and it was finally time to reap the rewards for the hard work I'd done. I was able to farm up my farm with a hoe, which is apparently really awesome. Look at this. It farms in a giant area. I love this. It's so cool. And my farms were actually looking really cool, and it felt really nice to farm a little bit. I've never built a base like this, but it's awesome. I then applied the Vault Crystal to my portal, and I was ready to rock, man. I was ready to go. Living Crystal in the vault. And what was this? No, it was not the Living Crystal. My apologies. This is another Plunder Vault. Wow. I was a little bit... I went too far into my mind. But this was a Nether theme. Also, I'm not really sure why, but the magma slimes also draw poison clouds, which is very strange. I didn't really think that was possible. But I gotta say, basic mobs with swords that have double the speed of a normal zombie, this vault is scary, man. It is absolutely scary. I did manage to get quite a bit of resources as well as some gems, because it seemed like there were a ton of gem POIs inside of these nether vaults. And I loved it. I loved every second of it. I always want me some more gems. And yeah, just look at these gem clusters, how big they are. That's what she said. But yeah, it's... But it's amazing. I love getting more gems. And even the rare type of gems showed up in this one. So yeah, if you ever find a nether vault, make sure you have your best Paxel with you to mine these gems. And the good stuff kept on going. Got even more gems. And don't you guys find the sound of gems satisfying? Now, the good thing about it was that I had a bounty going on to find green bangles. And I'm pretty sure that green bangles were either found in gems or in coins. So I also managed to find a little champion. The smallest of smallest slimes was a champion. Pretty interesting. So I made sure to mine gems and coins all the way through this vault because I wanted to get my quest completed so I could get some more of that chromatic steel. You already know I love me that chromatic steel. And hey, we completed the scavenger vault. Believe it or not, but we actually had some pretty good items to find and we were in the money. Vault completed. Time to go back home. And we got a ton of loot from this one. Always takes such a long time to teleport back. Back at the base, I stored away all of the stuff that I got, and just look at this beauty of a backpack. Absolutely stocked, filled, brimming with loot. It is amazing. Also, all that rotten stuff from the scavenger vault we can still use, as you can hear in the background, to melt it down into vault dust. And we got an epic helmet that was better than the helmet that I was running with right now. 9 levels better, 2% crit hit resistance, But it didn't have any mana regen, so that was an issue. I was going to do a little bit of re-rolling in order to get some mana regen, and I managed to get more than double the mana regen, more health, more crit hit resistance, more armor. Everything was more. It was awesome. This was a big helmet to find. And yes, I know I sound overexcited, but this mod pack makes me overexcited. Now, I had a quest to submit a bell, which I thought was weird. I didn't really know what to do with that. And I went into the next Plunder portal. And this one was going to be fun. You guys ever heard a fast gem mining? Here you go. That was satisfying, right? I thought that was satisfying. I found another X marks the spot room, so 3 times the charm, and this time we get a good one. Oh my god, are you kidding me? That's the 3rd time in a row that these... Okay, I gotta calm down, man. That was not a good vault. That was not a good vault. Well, I mean, it was a good vault, but it was not fun having that 3rd X marks the spot room also be fucked. There's no other way to say it. It was just bad. I did get a ton of loot, which I immediately stored away into my storage devices. I had to expand my storage facility a little bit pretty soon because we were running out of storage room fast. I then did some gacha using those booster packs that we found before, and I actually managed to get a couple of relic shards. So that was really exciting. I managed to store them away safely into my relic chest, and I relogged, which made my architect quest active. Now, you can make an architect vault to customize a vault and add rooms that you like. So this was a very interesting quest. I managed to make an architect seal, which was, by the way, very expensive. And I managed to put a... Oh yeah, I needed to make a new vault crystal. Oh, 35 apples. Oh, we should have some apples. I mined some apple crates in the vault before, so yeah, look at that. That's 27, then I'm only missing a couple. What? Why do these apple crates not work? Oh boy. So I had to go out in the world and I had to mine leaves to get apples. And yes, I do have Vault Miner, what am I saying? Vein Miner, but still, this took a really long time. This took like 10 minutes. 10 minutes of just straight mining leaves. I completely de-leaved my complete forest in my backyard. There was not a single tree standing anymore that had hair. It was like a gathering of bald people. Just look at that. All these trees are completely stripped of their leaves. I did manage to get 35 apples, so we were good to go. And don't mind that. Yes, you do see 4 stacks of saplings. That's how many leaves I had to mine. Nonetheless, I was ready to go inside this architect vault. I wasn't sure what this was going to do. It had a timer of 10 seconds. So we're definitely not going to run the architect vault anytime quickly. But I did manage to read this. You can craft inscriptions that are rarely found in living chests. Inscriptions come with or without a room, but always 3 affixes. So you have your completion, your time, and your type of room. So it's suggested to have 100% completion on your crystal. And as much time as possible, of course. But we needed to make an inscription tablet to actually start making inscriptions and actually make the Omega rooms. You can craft the Omega rooms. Now, by reaching level 40, we also unlocked the new God altars, which I didn't really know what that meant, but it sounded pretty exciting. It's like trials inside of a vault. So you have your God altar, and then you would complete some trial or something like that. We're going to figure that out after level 40. But first, I went inside my living catalyst vault. So I mined up all of the living chests inside of this vault, managing to also get the monoliths and continuing to mine all of the living chests. This vault was going to give me a ton of knowledge essence. I could already tell. And I managed to find a dungeon. Normal difficulty spider dungeon, shouldn't be too bad. I got this nice freeze that I can use on this boss now. Oh my god, the boss doesn't get frozen. Holy shit, it got me down to 1 heart. Oh my god. This was not a good idea. I skipped that dungeon faster than I skipped anything in my life. Faster than I skip advertisements on YouTube. I completed the vault and got out of there. I never looked back on that dungeon. That was dangerous. That almost cost me the world again. That was like day 66 all over again. My god. But the loot that I got was 106 knowledge essence. This was big, man. This was so big. Absolutely amazing. And I actually made my build better. I respec'd my Nova into the Poison Nova because that is going to deal way more damage late game than it is with my normal weapon. Now, I spent all of my regret points getting away my skill points from my Javelin and putting them all into Nova. So I already had a scaling of 170% on my Nova, which was awesome. And I got a new wand that gave me an extra level to Poison Nova, which was absolutely insane. So my Nova was level 7+1 now. If I maybe just use one more regret point, then I can get one extra level above the maximum level, which would be pretty awesome. Now, I didn't have to use any regret points because I had a ton of these Vault Burgers laying around, so I bumped myself up to level 35, got another expertise point, which I invested into the Vault Altar. This would give me a 10% chance to lower the costs of the ingredients by 90%. And I invested into Toxic Reaction, which gives you a chance after you kill a mob to summon another Poison Nova, which is awesome. And I invested the last skill point into the Nova, and then I made my first inscription. I got a village room inscription. So when you find your chest scrolls, guys, keep these chest scrolls. You use them to make the inscriptions, which is pretty awesome. So there's actually use for them. Very nice. I thought they didn't have any uses. And I applied all of the inscriptions to the Vault Crystal, giving it a little bit more time, some more completion, and a little bit more instability. But the instability was not that bad, to be honest. Now, I wasn't sure when I was going to run that vault, but it would be very interesting to see what we can make with that. I also got a bounty for green bangles, which is a scavenger item, but it was going to give me another catalyst, which is very nice. And I got some new gear, which bumped my ability power up to like 30 something, which gave my Poison Nova 75 damage, 74 damage. I also re-rolled my boots into having some more ability power, and my next Vault Crystal needed 74 carrots. So it was really good that we made that carrot farm because now it was coming in clutch. I made the next Vault Crystal and I was ready to run this bad boy. I wanted to get up to level 40 as fast as possible to unlock those god things or whatever they are. I am really excited to see what that's all about. So I applied an elixir seal to my Vault Crystal and I went inside immediately. Those we're not gonna touch for a while because I want to get some levels. We gotta get to level 52. That's gonna be about the turning point. I want to see how good this works. Okay. I'm not totally sold on the Poison Nova. This is level... It's quite a high level as well. Maybe I just don't have enough ability power. Wow, this is a big gem vein. Holy. Well, even though it's not a plunder vault, we got so many gems. Kind of unbelievable. I can just get to loot up, dude. Oh my god. These are also fat veins of gems. Very fat veins. Look at this stuff. Oh my god, 60 Benitite. Jeez. Also, my next skill points are going to be going into speed. Yes. Although I might invest 2 points into haste. That could be better for mining wooden chests. That would be much better. We'll get some Omega stuff later. Come on. This is my 4th treasure room. Come on. Be good to me. Be good to me. It was not good to me. It was not good to me. I repeat, it was not good to me. So I feel like this could go pretty well. Oh yeah, that works like a charm, baby. That works like a charm. Ooh. Wait, hold on. Wrath Totem? Increases physical damage of all players in a radius. Okay, no, that's not what I... It's not what I was going for. You guys are scary. Now, the good thing about this is that you have a load of ornate chests in this one, which is absolutely amazing because ornate always goes hard. All right, look at that. Would you look at that? That was a sick vault. That was absolutely sick. I think we're going to get quite a bit of experience from this one. Oh, yeah, 36,000? Easy. Let's go ahead. Check some of this stuff out. So we got Prudent. We got Witchery. Could also increase our toxic reaction. I think I am going to go for Haste. That should allow me to mine wooden chests a lot faster. Now focus. Go Leggings. These are also level 20. Oh, they also have ability power and mana regeneration, 29%. 3 health and 9 armor. So I'm gonna have less max mana, but I'm gonna have more mana regen. Alright, let's see what we... Ah, here it is. It is a Volterite. So for that I need Volterite Ingot and then the Wutotic Mass. Catalyst like that goes way too hard because you gotta have a Dream Essence for that. That's pretty expensive. And 9 Catalyst Fragments. So having an Ornate with no negative modifier is pretty big. What's in the black market? Just some gear. Ugh. Nah, we're not running with that. We're not running with that. How do you make concrete powder, huh? It is gravel, sand, and white dye. Not too bad, not too bad. Here we go. Get another crystal. We make 5 seals of the sage. Here we go. Boom. Champion's Abode? 10% chance for champions to spawn. Okay. I kind of like that. Let's go.
I just read that solo leveling is going to be releasing tonight on Crunchyroll. So you guys already know that I'm going to be dropping the recording to watch the premiere of solo leveling. I mean, come on. Solo leveling is arguably the most hyped shit there is out there right now. And I am all for it. I am on the hype train, dick riding as hard as I can. Because the manhwa was sick. So let's go ahead and get this vault looted up. Let's go ahead and progress 2 more days. I think it's gonna be pretty much. And then let's watch some solo leveling, dude. Trying to see if I can get as many mobs grouped up together as possible. Gather round, or you guys will die. Ooh. Now, there's something I gotta get in order for these rooms. Gotta get a flamerang. Ah, man. Dang. Kind of sad I didn't make one of those. Okay. Because this is my first time finding one of these. I'm not really a big fan of doing these without the Picarang, but I really should. Okay, hold on. I got an idea. This strategy works like a charm as well. Don't have to spend too much time looting this place up. Okay, so we got one more floor down there, and then we got the floor up here. Oh, it's in the shape of a pog. Do you guys see that? It's in the shape of a pog. It's kind of cool. Sheesh. No greens. Ugh. Ugh. Okay, well, we did spend a lot of time in here now.
all the puzzle blocks, but we didn't get any green ones. I guess that's just how it goes sometimes. I'll start returning when it's like 5 minutes left on the clock. That's when I'll start going back. After that, it's time for solo leveling. Oh yeah? You already know. You already know. I love my anime. Hold on. We have some time. Difficulty challenging though. And it's gilded. Gilded's pretty good. Might not get the completion, but we are getting this one. And I will take it. Gilded chest is pretty good. Okay, that's a champion though. I do want to be careful with that. Ah! Come on. Seems like it starts throwing stuff when you are outside of its range. That's when it seems to start throwing stuff. Nice! It's doing damage. It's doing work. Oh my god, it spawns another fucking champion. Are you kidding me? Nah, I'm out of here. Oh! Of course it spawns champions, because I got that champion thing going on. Oh yeah, no, I'm out of here, dude. I'm out of here. Add a little bit of time. I don't care about the reduced max health. At 20 seconds might come in clutch. That's pretty good. Oh, my vault portal's already right here. Okay. Well, I'll take it. I survived. We live to raid another day. Oh yeah, I want to make that Picarang now. That's right. Whatever it is, I am sure we got the resources and knowledge on how to do it. You gotta be kidding me, right? You want me to make a fucking Echo Pog? Holy. There is no way. I'd use an Echo Pog for altar automation, yeah, for sure. But not for that. Oh my god. I then spend a little bit of time trying to get my new farm going because our next crystal required beetroot. So we needed to make a beetroot farm. After spending a little bit of time decorating, putting up the lanterns, laying out the farmland, it was time to bone meal the ever-living bone meal out of this beetroot. After filling the farm up with the many seeds that I'd gotten, I also made another elixir crystal. This was going to be another amazing vault we would go into, and I wanted to find some omega rooms. I also made this a relic pedestal. Now, this is, I think, what you use in order to put your relics into or craft your relics. I wasn't really sure what I was dealing with here, but I had it ready, and whenever I had enough relic fragments to make one, I'd be able to do so, I guess. Also, my tree in my base was looking mighty fine, and I went inside the elixir vault. Now, I have to say that the new setup was running quite good. I spent a little bit of time mining the many gems that I could find inside of this vault, and I also went to look out for some more living chests. Now I managed to find this guy, which was a tank mob, and this was a baby red gummy bear soldier. So yeah, a couple of critical hits to the dome and that baby soldier was no more. I then tried a new strategy, gathering up all the mobs from the different POIs at the bottom floor and then nuking them with my Poison Nova, and that seemed to work pretty good. It actually worked so well that I did it for the remaining of the vault, because it wiped out the whole horde of mobs in one go, and I could just loot everything up nice and quiet. Even tank mobs stood no chance against my Poison Nova. It just deals so much damage over time. It's amazing. Combine that with the poison ability that I have that spawns another Nova when a poison enemy dies, and yeah, you can see that our vault exploration goes really fast. My backpack is immediately full. After a little bit of time, I had enough, and there was 3 minutes left on the clock. Didn't want to risk it, and I left the vault. I'd also gotten a couple of mod boxes in this vault, which was really interesting, and we'll get to those later. I invested the 2 skill points into heal, and we now healed for 8 health. I managed to roll a new sword, which was better, and I wanted to see if I could reforge this sword to have a poison cloud, because the chaining attack will also chain on hit effects. So if I have more poison into the build, it would be even better. I managed to get 1 chaining and a poison cloud, and that was good enough for me. I'll take it. I used the transmogrification table to transmogrify my sword, and I had a new goal in mind. The new goal was to unlock refined storage. This storage system would also have a crafting grid inside of the terminal, so it was going to be better than the simple storage mod. I then spent a little bit of time gathering up all my resources in order to make a couple of extra knowledge stars, and I was able to make 2 more. So I was only 1 knowledge star away from getting that next unlock. I also made a lot of mystical essence in order to do a little bit more of catalyst infusions, because the catalyst infusions are going to go a long way when we start making some really overpowered crystals. I'm thinking like we make a couple of like those living room inscriptions to plunk that onto a vault, an architect vault, and then magnify the living hell out of it, literally, using the living affinities that I'd gotten. So yeah, that was certainly something I was going to look into. Now the only thing is that I didn't really know when I should start plunking all of those catalysts on there. So for now, I focused on getting the new stack upgrade for my belt, which would allow me to have up to 4 stacks of an item in 1 slot. So this level 2 stack upgrade is going to go a long way. I then decided I was going to do some upgrading. I was running out of storage every so often inside of the vaults, so I decided to make a second loot belt. This required me to make 4 more basic pouches, and then turn them into the double pouches, and then combine them into the loot belt. So yeah, this was a pretty expensive recipe, but not too bad. We're at a point in the game where we have access to most of the common and not so common resources, and we have a good backlog after all the vaults that we ran. Now, I wanted to make another pickup grade for that belt, and that's when I ran out of slime. So I needed to go find the swamp really quickly. I did a little bit of overworld exploration, killing every living thing in my vicinity, and I enjoyed the peace and quiet of the plains biome without, finally, any rain. Managed to find that swamp at the end of the day and killed all of the slimes that spawned from the big one, which put me up to a total of 13 slime balls. So we were in the money. Back at the base, I was making the piston and the sticky piston required to actually make the pickup upgrade, and this was going to go along nicely into the loot belt combined with 2 tier 2 stack upgrades. Yeah, you heard that right, 2 tier 2 stack upgrades. We are going way deeper on this second loot belt than the first one. The first one also has the void, because a lot of the stuff that we mine in the vault we really don't need, so I have the void upgrade set to some of those blocks that we might find. But I managed to make up 2 tier 2 stack upgrades, which allows us to have up to 8 stacks of a certain item inside of our loot belt. Pretty insane. I also made the next vault crystal, and this was going to be our level 39. That's gonna bump us up to level 40, which will unlock the gods or something like that. It's gonna be pretty interesting to see. Inside of this vault, we had another scavenger run, and the first room immediately had like 12 or 14 living chests. The mobs were starting to get a lot stronger. But something that I have learned over the course of Vault Hunter is that, well, no matter how many vaults you loot, it is always going to keep being satisfying. It's very interesting to see actually how this mod pack is pretty much a repetition every so often of what you always do, but it keeps being fun. I hope it's still fun for you guys to watch me run these vaults. I think I'm doing a pretty good job at explaining them. And I managed to find another dungeon. Now, this was a nether-themed piglin dungeon, so it was quite dangerous, as these guys had golden axes and dealt quite a bit of damage. Now, I was armed with a new tactic, which was the Poison Nova, and using the sickle on the coins actually gave me the green bangles I needed for my bounty. I managed to find and almost die to the champion that had spawned, and I ran outside immediately because I was going to use some camping tactics. I placed a Totem of Wrath outside, and then I was going to poison the ever-living hell out of these guys. They stood no chance. I had the DOTs stacked on them. There was no way they were going to survive. Sadly for me, there was no equipment or alchemy archive, so it was just coins. I did manage to find another one of those village rooms, and funnily enough, they had a load of gilded chests. Like, this is a lot of gilded chests. And pretty interestingly, there were silverfish all over this place. Like, I had not seen this many silverfish in any other Omega room in my life. Just listen to this. Pretty scary stuff, right? Now, as you can see here, I am way above the normal looting range because we had 45 vault diamonds looted up. This was an insane gilded run that we just got. I also tried messing around with the slot memory settings of my second loot belt, and my monkey brain could not comprehend what this was. I don't know how to use this. I think I did okay, and it will go inside of those slots, but I'm not 100% sure. The next set of booster packs that I opened were an absolute scam, as I only got 2 unidentified relic objects. Yeah, absolutely wild. And I unlocked a lost bounty. Now, a lost bounty is a guaranteed legendary bounty. Now, I was really excited about this one until I saw that I needed to submit crying obsidian. For crying out loud, badum-tsh. This is an ass bounty. It's absolute ass, man. I did manage to get a new helmet, which I enchanted with respiration and aqua affinity. I finally had enough emeralds to give myself a little bit of luxury. And I took out all of the ingredients to make a crispy deluxe cheese burger. I just needed one of those to bump me up to level 40. I didn't want to run another vault for it. And there we go. We had another skill point, expertise point, and we got our quest of level 40 done, which unlocked the vault gods. I also got a sour orange and 2 mod boxes and 4 echo shards, so that's really big. Now, the vault gods, there's 3 gods. There's Edona, Tinos, and Valeria, and 4 gods, and Wendar. Now, you will get a charm from this quest, which gives you a certain amount of affinity towards one single god. So the charm that I rolled had 9% of Edona affinity. Now, what happens is there will be new structures inside of the vault. That is a vault god altar. They will give you a quest to complete, which will give you a chance of unlocking affinity points towards that god. They will also give you an insane buff for the rest of that duration of the vault. So those are going to be really interesting to get into. They're also really important. I then made a visit to the black market, which had an infused vault crystal of ornate, which is really big. 730 shards is way worth it. And then I created my first level 40 crystal. And I immediately opened that vault because we were diving straight in, man. Now, I was running a little bit low on the relics, on the artifacts. I had not found a single artifact. I did manage to get my expertise point into the jeweler, which I then took out a ton of jewels that I wanted to put on a chest breaker on a new Paxel. And I spent some time reducing the size of each and every one of those jewels. Having a lower size on your jewel will mean that you can put more jewels onto an item. I then stored them away for safekeeping, and I dove straight into my first level 40 vault. Exciting stuff, right? Another day, another vault completely looted up. My magnet was actually pretty good, I have to say. Though the magnet's durability was going down pretty fast. I didn't expect a new magnet to go down that fast. I completed the vault, and we went back home. At the base, it was time to finally start making some more extraordinary Beniatites, because I could use that to make a couple more knowledge stars, as we had a little bit of knowledge dust remaining. This way, I could make up to 20 knowledge shards and even 21. I then used that to make 2 more knowledge stars, and we had 5. So you already know what that means. First, we eat a couple of vault burgers to get 1 more skill point, and we were in business. I used those 2 skill points to upgrade my sorcery. And now we had 70% mana regeneration while at full health. Then it was time to finally get refined storage. This is a really big mod, but it was finally time to actually start making the stuff. Now, beware. This mod is very resource heavy. But, as you can see here, if we make an Echo Pog, we can make an interface that has an integrated crafting table, so we can use JEI crafting while we are inside of our storage network, which is really good. So I took out every single gem that I owned, and I wanted to make 8 Pogs, because we gotta combine 8 Pogs with a perfect Echo Gem, and that way we can make the Omega Pog. So there we go. I crafted up 8 Pogs, and I combined 4 Echo Gems to make a perfect one. Surround that by the Pogs, and there we go. We got an Echo Pog. Now I just needed a crafting table and the interface, and we were good to go. But things were not as easy as it sounds, because I first needed to make a ton of quartz-enriched iron. We needed to melt down some nether quartz to make silicone, and then we needed to make some processors and some really high-tech stuff, which I didn't really know what it all was. But I took out all the resources I needed to craft everything up, and then I needed to actually start making the processors. So first I made a couple of processor bindings. I then wanted to go ahead and make some basic processors, but I needed some more redstone for that, as well as silicone. After gathering up all the resources, I just had to take out the chromatic iron from my storage, and then we could craft everything up to make our interface. And there we go. First we had to make this basic processor that we had to combine with a couple of different items to make our raw improved processor that we had to melt down, made a machine block. Finally, after crafting everything, I made the controller, which is the beating heart of the refined storage system. And then it was time to make the interface, and for that we needed another Pog, as well as a bit of chromatic steel, but that was no problem. I just had to quickly make another Pog, and then we were good to go. Crafted up a couple more redstone blocks, and then it was time to make the grid. Although I did need one more advanced processor, which needed some more processor bindings and a basic processor. It's a lot of crafting you have to do for this one. But after a little while, I was finally able to make the grid as well, so we had 2 out of the 3 items completed already. Now I wanted to take out my Echo Pog and a crafting table, and I could make the crafting grid, which was really exciting. I have to say, this would make my world so much easier. I'm telling you guys, it would make my world so much easier. Then I also unlocked an advancement for it, because I upgraded my crafting grid. And then it was time to make some of these storage housings. Now these are your hard drive disks that will go in your disk hub that will actually allow you to store items. Now these are rather expensive. They do take 3 chromatic steel and the redstone block per, but it is definitely worth to make them. As well as we are still waiting on getting the power mod unlocked, and after that we were going to use mod boxes, and I was hoping to get some good items from these mods that would skyrocket my progression. Now I did run out of redstone completely, so we had to go mine for a little bit of redstone. And I first wanted to check out what you needed to make this disk drive. And you needed 2 black chromatic steel ingots and an advanced processor. So a little bit more crafting and a little bit more resources were going to go allocated to this mod. And first I visited the mines because I needed a ton of redstone. Like a ton of redstone. Like I'm talking, I want a stack of redstone blocks. Back at the base, after mining all the redstone, I made the disk drive, which houses 8 storage disks. Keep that in mind. If you want to add more storage disks, that is no problem. You can always craft up a new disk drive, or you can always add higher amount of storage disks, because they go up from 4 to 8, 16, and 64. But they get way more expensive after you go down the road. So for now, I wanted to focus on the 4K storage parts, because the 16K requires 4 black chromatic steel ingots, which is really expensive, and I really can't afford that right now. And then yeah, of course, the 64K drive is even more expensive, and we definitely cannot afford that. So the 4K storage parts were on the list. And as you can see, I definitely need a lot of storage, because if I want to move all these items, I'm gonna need a lot of room. I then started making the 4K storage parts, and I was able to make 3 4K storage parts, which was good because that was the maximum I was going to go to. Now I had to store away all of my refined storage materials and items because I did not have a power generating mod pack unlocked yet, so there was no way I could actually power my storage device. So for now, I spend a little bit of time exploring and expanding my storage network. I hollowed out an extra portion of the mountain for this and added about a stack more of chests. I then hooked them all up with cables so I could last a little bit longer using this simple storage network. Now, eventually I could use this simple storage network with some advanced filters on pipes to actually filter out all of the fluff materials from the vaults to store in this simple storage network. But that was something for later. First, I wanted to focus on getting another bounty done. And as you can see here, we got a pretty nice bounty that allows us to mine some black opal, although these are really rare. So I did some more re-rolling, and eventually I ended up with finding silver scrap, and that would give us black opals. So that's a nice trade-off, find some silver scrap and then get some black opals. I also redeemed my last bounty, which gave me 33 chromatic steel, which is very good. And my next crystal was pretty cheap to make, actually. The only thing that sucked was I needed redstone. I could use all the redstone for my refined storage, but that was okay. I opened the next vault, and it was time. I did, however, want to do one more thing first, and that is re-roll a couple of these mob eggs. As you know, you can have these passive mob eggs, but you can also transform them into hostile mob eggs. And as you know, we are also trying to get into Cagerium a little bit more, so I really need to get some good mob eggs. Now, I did end up getting some piglin and piglin brood spawn eggs, which were okay, but they weren't that great. I was mainly looking for a witch. A witch spawn egg has a lot of different drops that are gonna go a little bit easier to farm it. It would be a lot nicer to have a witch spawn egg. Skeleton spawn egg is also pretty nice for the bone meal. But yeah, making a mob cage is incredibly expensive, requires 3 chromatic steel blocks, 5 extra chromatic steel, 2 black chromatic steel ingots, an extraordinary Larminar, and a wither skeleton head, and a Wutodic mass. So it's way too expensive. Oh my god. Inside of my new vault, I had another treasure hunt, and I was ready to go ham. I had my extra loot belt on me, my regular loot belt, and we were good to go to loot up this whole vault. And I ran across another factory room. This room always has a little bit of either ancient debris or a netherite block, so it is always worth to just loot this place up. Now, of course, things didn't go as planned, and they kind of chucked me off of the ledge, and it was just all in all a fun time. I managed to finally kill a couple of mobs and progress my progression a little bit further, and I got a God Altar quest. I had a Thanos quest to loot ornate chests. I did find an X marks the spot room, and I thought my time was finally here. After 4 failed X marks the spot rooms, I had to get at least 1, right? Oh my god, yes, finally. Look at this. Now, after looting up all the ornates and completing the quests, I got a buff from the Vault God. So I got a Thanos Favor buff. Now, this buff was pretty insane. It gave me 50% item rarity. So you guys already know that I had to completely loot up this whole vault, mining as many chests as possible, because 50% rarity goes incredibly hard. And it goes really hard because all the loot that I was getting was incredibly high rarity. Like, we got a ton of vault diamonds, we got a ton of catalysts, we're talking all the good stuff. Like, just look at this. 33 knowledge essence, another charm, 9 vault diamonds, some vault essence, a lot of the good stuff, a lot of rare treasure items as well. And that's when I figured out you can actually check all the details on your vault. How much damage you took, how much damage you dealt, what kind of mobs you killed, what kind of chests you looted. It's really cool. Like, this is some really nerdy stuff, but I love it. I then bulk identified my gear that I found from those ornate chests, and I got a better magnet that has mining speed, item quantity, and trap disarm chance. So that was really good. I checked on the black market, and it actually had a mystery hostile egg. So that was pretty nice. It did just give me a regular skeleton, which was ass, but still, that's one more roll that we could do. I then re-rolled my bounties a little bit, and I found a silver scrap that gave us echo gems. So that's a really baller bounty. And I cleaned up my backpack, put in another vault crystal into my altar, and we were ready to go. Now, I did combine this next crystal with an elixir seal because I wanted to run another elixir vault. Man, I was kind of tired of these scavenger vaults. I just wanted to loot up, get some elixir, have a good time. You know what I'm saying. I also combined all of the soul dust that I'd gotten from smelting down all these vault items. And then I got a ton of vault shards. I also repaired my boots. And I was fresh, ready to go inside of this next vault. Now, inside of this vault, I had a little bit of trouble with my elixir. Things were not going fast at all. Like, at all. It took me a lot of time to actually get a decent amount of elixir going. Even the coin POIs that normally give a lot of elixir, they weren't working as good as they used to. So I guess the higher in level you go, the more you actually need of everything inside of a vault. I also found a zombie husk tier 3 tank champion mob. This thing had 1,100 health and it was beefy. It was really beefy. It also dropped a focus, which was epic, so I was hoping for a good roll. Maybe a +2 to my poison nova, that would be nice. That would be nice. It doesn't have that, so I'm gonna scrap this bad boy. But vein mining chests gave me the silver that I needed to complete my bounty and get more echo gems, which was awesome. I also found this really cool... It just looked really nice in this vault. I just have to say, with that wrath totem, it looked awesome. I then got a Wendar challenge to kill horde mobs, which are the mobs that spawn in packs, like in giant packs, for example, those husks. And I was hoping to get a really good buff after I would complete this Wendar challenge. You know, the Poison Nova always nukes groups of mobs, so it's really nice to have that. Now, after a while, I completed the Wendar's challenge, and I got the Wendar Favor. This would give me 100% mana regeneration and 50% cooldown reduction, which is absolutely insane. This is, yeah, it's just insane. I then found a really awesome room. This is a living room. This room only has living chests, and it has a ton of them. So you guys already know I'm going to do a compilation of that. Oh yeah, there are so many living chests here. Oh my god. Oh my god, look at that stuff. That is insane. Now, after a little bit more of exploration, I found another one of those Tino's god altars, but I did not manage to find the vault ores that the previous challenge wanted me to find. So then something interesting happened. When I got back, I got an ethereal modifier, which is that mobs in the vault can spawn as ethereal, being immune to damage. It seems like if you fail a god altar, it gives you a pretty hefty negative modifier, so be careful with that. If you can't complete your quests, get out of that vault immediately. I also reforged a new sword, which would give me a little bit more damage. Oh my god, what? 4 chaining? Whoa, that's a new modifier we got unlocked. We got a 4 chaining. That's insane. I then got a quest to build or make a Divine Paradox Build Realm seal, which allows you to get a realm where you can spend Vault Gold to unlock some things with the Vault Gods. I wasn't really sure how that worked. Yeah, I was absolutely baffled. I also didn't look up a guide for it because I wanted to save that for after the 100 days, for like 200 days, because it looked like something very, very... How do you say it? It looks very difficult to get into. Now, I did, however, make the seal and apply it to a crystal just to have the completion of the quest going, so we could get our other quests on the way. And it seems like you have an hour and 30 minutes inside of this realm. So the build realm, I also think I need a lot more Vault Gold if I want to do this build realm. Now, you also have your Divine Paradox Run realm, which after you've built up your realm, you can then run the other crystal, which is the Run realm. And then you can actually run that vault, I think. Not entirely sure. But I did know that we needed a lot more Vault Gold before we were going to get into that. I then made a stop at the farms to use a little bit of my mana to get the things growing especially the sugarcane because we were running dangerously low on that one. And the next vault crystal was made. This one I would have to combine with the run realm, and it seems like you have 10 minutes to run that vault, which is not a lot. I have to say, it definitely isn't a lot. So I was really scared to go inside that vault for now. I also got 2 stacks of vault gold, which is quite a lot. And then I got a quest for the paradoxal gem. This gem will reset your divine paradox progression, if I ever need to. Apparently these gems are really expensive, but you get one for free after completing this quest. So, I mean, that's nice. And then it was time to grind towards level 50. Achieving level 50 marks the halfway point in terms of levels, which means you currently have half of your total expertise points. The Neuralizer allows you to completely reset your currently spec'd expertises. So, if we ever want to respec our expertises, we need to use the Neuralizer. After I would reach level 50, I would get one for free, which is pretty awesome. And then I made a new crystal because we had to go and farm up some levels in the vault, right? So I took out another elixir seal, although these were getting more and more difficult, and I plunked that bad boy right in, and we went inside immediately. I did find a village room directly at the start of this vault, and it was also a champion's abode vault, which means that there is a ton of champions, especially the silverfish. They spawn as champions most of the time. Just look at this. Now, I was really hoping to get a lot of good loot from this champion's vault, especially because we also had the living chests inside of this village room, and I gotta say, we got a lot of loot, especially the 113 knowledge essence and the dragon inscription rule. That was really sick. Now, I continued on my way, and I also got a Valerus challenge to kill dweller mobs. And I managed to get another one of these shroom rooms that have living chests. So, this was easily going to be a 200 knowledge essence vault. Easily. When I got back home, that's exactly what happened. 213 knowledge essence, 3 mod boxes, a dragon room inscription, a normal inscription, 14 catalyst fragments. It was insane. It was absolutely insane how good that vault was. I didn't manage to get a chest plate that I was doubting whether or not it was going to be better, and I had some more bounties to do. I got a bounty for finding more silver scrap, which would give me more than 30 more chromatic steel, which is always nice to see. And I ate a couple of vault burgers, bumping me up to level 45. Now, I was waiting for one specific skill to unlock, which is the speed skill, but for that we need 4 skill points. And my last expertise point that I got now, I spent on the Mystic one to combat crystal instability, which sounds very expensive. I also got 3 more charms, and I got a pretty high Wendar charm, which gave me 12% affinity. Pretty sick. I then took out all the knowledge essence that I had piled up, and I made a load of knowledge shards. I made so many knowledge shards, it was sick. I was feeling like I was in heaven. 42 knowledge shards, nice. I took out the 5 extra knowledge shards and some more knowledge dust, and I was able to make 48 knowledge shards, which allowed me to get, a ton of knowledge stars. But I was running low on Benitite. Yeah, no kidding. I was just running low on Benitite because we were really close to unlocking the power mod pack. It was 5 knowledge points. So I just had to get a little bit more knowledge points, and then we can use those mod boxes. That was going to be for the next vault. I was definitely going to go ham with that. Oh, I needed a little bit of bricks and some gold to make the next crystal. I had some bricks laying around that I smelted up, and then we could submit our next crystal. I also made some more infused vault catalysts, and I got an accustomed one, which gives me more vault experience. And I got another plentiful one, which gives me more vault ores. Now, I wanted to wait around with these catalysts to use them, but I did make the accustomed one into my regular vault that I was going to run now, because I wanted to get as much vault experience as possible. I then also took out my architect crystal, and I was going to add the dragon room and all the different inscriptions to it, which bumped it up to almost 100% completion and about 14 minutes on the clock for a dragon room and a village room, which was really good. I was really looking forward to running that one and looting up everything inside that vault. Then it was time to head into our next one. we got a scavenger vault, but it had the accustomed modifier, which gave me more experience. So I just quickly ran through this vault looking for all the different things I needed in order to get our scavenger vault going. But these things are not as easy as it sounds, and I accidentally forgot to bring my sickle with me. I think I stored away my sickle somewhere, and oh yeah, there it is. I apparently ditched my sickle into my storage device. So I finished making the inscription, and I had 100% completion on my architect vault, and that was going to be the next vault we were going to run. I wanted to see what was up with the whole village and dragon room thing. I also took out a bunch of jewels, and I made a new chest breaker. Now, because we had more space inside of this sickle to have more jewels, I also added 5.1% item quantity, which should give me a little bit more items when I'm chest breaking, right? Or at least I think that's how that works. And then I want to run this architect vault. Okay, is this going to be the worst decision in my life? Maybe. So, what curses do we got? We have hunger, cooldown, weakness. That's not bad. It could be a lot worse. And we got a village room and a dragon room. So we got 15 minutes on the clock. It does spawn mobs. That's kind of crazy. Thought there was no mobs in this place. Well, I was looking for gilded chests. Can y'all just take a chill pill? I really hate silverfish. Okay, so it is level 31. When I crafted that crystal, it was level 31. Okay, I see. So the loot's also going to be only level 31 loot. Ooh, that's kind of a yikes. Maybe this gilded chest isn't gonna be it after all. Got quite a bit of gilded actually. Oh, this is not the way that I came from. Oh, what the fuck was that? Did you guys see that? What was that lag stuff, dude? Where are these mobs coming from, yo? This is where we came from. Okay, let's get to that dragon room. See what's up with that one. So what is this dragon room? Got a bunch of coins. Is that just it? Looks like it. Oh. Where are these mobs coming from? What? Is there supposed to be treasure sand somewhere inside of this? Oh my god. Leave me alone. I just want to loot up my coins, man. Alright, that's everything. Let's get out of this place. These 3 curses weren't bad. Gonna have to repair my leggings, though. Yeah, those 3 curses weren't that bad. We got a lot of gilded chests. Got a ton of coins. Purple gear, but yeah, it's level 31. That's the only sad part. I didn't really think about that it would keep the level from the crystal when it was created. Got a good chunk of experience for that, however. Emeralds, wheat, deep slate, and pork chop. Easy. And there we go. We created a level 45 volt crystal, and it was nice to actually have a crystal that has my level again. So we had to run that ASAP because I was going towards that level 50, man. I also made a stop at my farms to finally test out farming. And it was nice. The layout that I had going right now was perfect for using a hoe. And I got a good run of all my farms. This would allow me to not get into problems when I need to make a crystal that has farmable materials. And I also made a visit to my small farm down at the base. We head straight in. Hit my hand. We head straight into the next one. Okay, so here's the deal. I think I've kind of figured out what I want to do in these last, like, 20 days. I want to rush level 52. That's going to get us out of the mid-game, sorta, if you know what I mean. I also lost my quest book somehow. Gotta find that stuff again. I don't think there's gonna be any way that we can complete this vault, because I don't have the hunter respec. Oh, although we do have an altar here, which is mine vault ores, which could be kind of good. But then, well, I have to specifically look for vault ores, mobs, These are the skeletons, at least. I guess they get counted towards skeletons as well. So that's good. I need to look for coins, for mobs, and ores. Coins, mobs, ores. Not too hard. Not too hard. We're gonna be doing that. Coins, mobs, ores. I don't see any coins, I don't see any mobs, and I don't see any ores. Nice. So we got 2 black mob essence right now, which is good. That's a common drop, so that's not hard to deal with. So it's mostly coins and ores that we're going to be looking for. Coins and ores, let's go, dude. Pretty fast vault. We got some ores over here. One, two, three, 4. Okay, so that's solid. That's a solid 7. But that means that there should be more ores down here. Although this was a really small bottom floor, so I don't see any other ores. I am focused on completion because that gives me the most experience. Okay, we got some ores over here. That just leaves me with... Oh, and it's gonna give me a battle buff when we complete this. And maybe reputation. That could be pretty good as well. Alright, we got it. We got Idona's Favor. What does that do? 200% soul shards, so we get triple souls. Crazy. Okay, so we got the wishbones. We're focusing on the black mob essence, although I don't seem to be getting a lot of that. From regular zombies and skeletons, so I think mostly skeletons. Kill dungeon mobs. What are dungeon mobs, though? Yeah, no, of course we're not gonna... Oh! Difficulty hard. While I'm regenerating my mana, I'll just claim these. They got so much loot inside of them. What? It's nuts. We have an altar here, so that's pretty sick. Now there is gonna be... Yeah. Oh yeah. Dealing with a spider boss here. Yeah. Nice! That did almost get us killed, but we managed to get it. Nice. Okay, so now we got the Idona's Favor. Wait. Item quantity? Okay. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. What do we get here? Someone's level 4 Spirit Totem. Cast level 4 Taunt. What does Spirit Totem do? Spirit Totem. Regenerates mana. Ooh. Ooh. Mana regeneration? I'm getting no coin POIs, dude. None. None at all. That's not good. It's not good. Alright, let's make some choice flasks. Because this is just annoying. Not being able to complete the vaults. Estúpido! Did get another vault level. Oh, we have 4 levels now. Finally, we can get some speed. Holy. That makes me quite happy. Makes me happy, boy. Wait, we got a Pog? What? There's no way we got a Pog. That's crazy. I do want to open some of these relic booster packs. Wow. Whoa, we got quite a bit of relic fragments. Oh my god. Hello. Let's check out what we got. This is from the Dragon Relic, which will go in here. Richty Relic. We got one more there. Elemental. That's a new one as well. Elemental is new. Dragon? Twitch Relic? Twitch Relic? Also Twitch Relic. Cool. Although, it is time to make our next crystal. Oh, we got a lucky roll. Nice. Oh? Unidentified artifact for 21,000? Oh, 21,000, bro. That's insane. What? What do you got in store for us today? Let's go immediately in the next one. No waiting around, no need to. We go. This one is an elixir one though. Alright, let's go. Oh, we got soul speed as well in this place. But this soul speed is tripping me out, man. Yeah, this soul speed is tripping me out. No problem though. Coin POI. Wooden POI. Got another POI over here. Woo! That was good. That was also good. Nice. There's a dungeon as well here. I need... Yeah, dude, I need myself a poison nova right here. I'm telling you. There we go. That's what I was waiting for. At least I'm fast. Ah! Ah! Why do you hurt so bad? I don't know why it doesn't generate that much elixir. Oh, difficulty hard on one of those. Okay. Whoa. Oh, you guys are scary. Oh! Okay. Okay. I am so glad I did it like that. That is too crazy. This is a small dungeon as well. Small, but it's got a lot of loot. There's even more loot over here. Oh, got my bounty as well. That's good. At least we get some experience from that. No. You're not gonna poison me. Don't even try. We did get a good mix of loot from like pretty much every single type of POI except gems. We didn't get single gem POI. Oh man, I just want to get out of this place, to be honest. We spin the next gem, dude. The next crystal. I want to get out of here. And to be honest, I will. It's 27 more burgers. I will scrounge on all of them. To be honest. Yeah, just like that, dude. Just like that. I do have 3 more points. So I would like to invest 2 into toxic reaction. And I would like to put the last one into sorcery. There we go. Now we're talking. It's a lot of them. Copper, seeds, and cobblestone. And I think I'm only short on the bones. Yeah, the bones I'm short on. Wow, new day as well. Sheesh, the days are moving fast. Okay, so how do we make the mob cage? The mob cage is a ton of chromatic steel. So that's the first thing we need, is loads of chromatic steel. And then a wuto for each one. Shoo! We need 2 wither heads. Also, I need a waystone. That way we can actually... Oh, and it's good, because that way I can grind for bones. Man, I really need a wither skeleton spawn egg. Oh! Oh! We got one! Hold on. Let's go re-roll some of the mob eggs we got. Oh ho ho! We got our first one. That only took me a day. Okay, how many eggs do we got? We got 10 eggs. And I have a bunch of other ones as well. Okay, that gives me 14 mystery eggs. I want a wither skeleton one. So, come on. 14 eggs to roll. 14 eggs to roll. Okay, what did we get? What did we get? Magma Cube, Zombie, Husk, Blaze, Creeper, Stray, Cave Spider, Spider, and Skeleton. Not really that interesting. Not really that interesting. 7. Okay, what do we get this time? Spider, Cave Spider, Creeper. Not good. We gotta keep re-rolling. Oh my god. 3 eggs. Stray, Cave Spider, and Skeleton. Ugh. No bueno. Okay. Let's make ourselves a mob cage. Here we go. Mob cage. Witch. There we go. That is going to generate all of the witch drops. Which is pretty nice. I'd say that's pretty nice. Time for... Wait, hold on. How much burger stuff do we got? We got 8 more burgers, bro. I am telling you right now, that might be another level. Oh! Oh! Just about not. Oh my god. Oh my god. Am I going to go to 50? No, I don't think so. I'm running level 35 legs, dude. Level 42. Oh. Level 31. We are behind. We are behind. Only got 12 bones. I need to go out and hunt me some skeletons. I promise I won't hurt you. Just going to use your bones, crush them up, put them inside of a crystal, and light a portal with it. Doesn't sound like anything shady, right? Eventually, I managed to find the skeletons in question, and I was able to loot up enough to go to my next vault. It's always satisfying hearing that sound. Oh, the little twinkle. Awesome. We placed the crystal inside, and I was ready to go. But when I went inside this vault, I noticed that I was missing my hunter respec. And I had a choice flask with me, but it is disabled in the vaults. So I dipped. I wasn't gonna do this vault without a hunter flask. No, no, no. It is definitely not fun to do it without hunter flask. I did, however, claim my bounty that I had going, and that got me up to level 50. So that was amazing. We claimed our quest for the Neuralizer as well. I just had to take out my quest book, and there we go. Neuralizer acquired. If I ever want to respec my expertise points, I could. And then we unlocked treasure doors. Treasure doors can be opened using a treasure key of the same gem type that the door is made out of. So you start by making a blank key, which you can then combine with any legendary gem cluster in an anvil. Legendary gem clusters are incredibly expensive to make, so we definitely have to wait to do that one. I did, however, get my 3rd level into Mystic, and we were good. Also, you see how many monoliths are in this vault? You guys think I can do them? How much you want to bet I can get all of these monoliths easily? How much you want to bet? I'm betting like a tenner. There you go. I told you. With 3 minutes on the clock left to spare. Easy. Now, this vault gave me 30,000 experience, which was pretty good. But we were still not... Like, after level 50, it starts going really slowly for vault experience. I did, however, get a lot of loot from that last one. Namely, 16 Dreamstone. We got 31 booster packs. We also got 62 Bennytide. Some more Echo Gems. It was really good. It was really good. Now, for my next Vault Crystal, I need a Dead Coral. It's one of those items that are really annoying to get. So we would have to find like a warm ocean or something, I think it's called. I also got a submitting chromatic iron bounty, but the problem was that I did not have that much chromatic iron left. So I needed to do a little bit more re-rolling. Now, eventually, I got pretty lucky, and I stumbled upon a bounty that would give me 124 chromatic iron, which was awesome. So I definitely had to go into that mode. I then looked for a warm ocean, and we had one 2,000 blocks away, which was pretty good. I immediately started my exploration towards that warm ocean. And when I found the warm ocean, I tried mining the coral with my sickle, and it did not give me anything. So it seems like you need Silk Touch if you actually want to get the corals. Yeah. Now, as you all know, I did not have any waystones at the ready anymore, so we have to do that exploration once more, as I didn't have a waystone with me. So yeah, fun times, huh? Fun times. Yeah, really fun times, huh? I did manage to get to my warm ocean again, and this time I had a waystone with me and a Silk Touch pickaxe. So I Silk Touched all of the dead coral, and then I needed to kill it at my base because it was still living coral, funnily enough. Now, I killed the coral by just placing it on the ground, and it will dry up on its own. So after placing down all of the coral that I had gathered up during my beautiful travels, I was able to get enough to get my crystal going. Now, good thing is you can vein mine these things, which is really nice. I really did not want to have to mine them all individually. There we go. Vein mine the coral, and we are good to go. Submitted everything in the crystal table. Man, I'm giving everything different names now. Never mind. We had 4 more knowledge stars, and it was time to finally submit all of them and get the power mod pack unlocked. Because now we are going to use our mod boxes finally. So I had 8 knowledge points unspent, which was really awesome. And then I unlocked the power mod pack. Oh yeah, there you go. We also unlocked some cool transmogs, and I claimed all of my mod boxes, which gave me a blazing solar panel, 2 hardened solar panels, a fernator that's blazing, starting, a thermo blazing generator, and a 64K storage disk. Let me repeat that again. A 64K storage disk. This thing is one of the most expensive items that I know of, which requires an EcoPog 316K storage part, which is 12 black chromatic steel, then an additional 4 black chromatic steel, so 16 black chromatic steel. Dude, this is one of the best rewards to get. Now I just had to get some of those cables that allow me to transfer energy, and I will set up a couple of solar panels and hook that up to my refined storage network, and then we would be good to go. So I set up the beating heart, my disk drive, and my crafting grid, and now I just had to get some power to it. I also inserted my 64K storage drive into my refined storage network, and then it was time to make some dielectric paste and dielectric rods and all that power stuff. Well, we just needed to make cables, and that was it. Also, it appeared that I had unlocked the melded tools, which was cool. I then spent a little bit of time creating some of those vault alloys because I had a new objective in store. I was going to make some melded equipment, so I finally made my melded sickle, which was going to be my chest breaker. Later on, we're gonna make another really cool item, but for now, I was cutting down a couple of extra jewels in order to make a awesome haxel. Now, I had a great idea because we had so much capacity for jewels now on this sickle. I was going to add the wooden affinity and some mining speed onto this sickle. This way, I would have one tool to break every single chest in the vault. I also had a ton of other mining speed jewels lined up, and I added every single one of them to my sickle, giving me 50 mining speed. Oh yeah, this thing was beefy and strong. This was going to mine wooden chests so quickly you wouldn't believe it. I then spent a little bit of time making dielectric paste because we had some crafting to do. We needed to make a couple of capacitators, upgrade them to basic capacitors, make dielectric rods, so we can finally make the cables from power, the energy cables. Now, the good thing about these cables is that they can transfer 2 KTFE. They can transfer 2000 FE per tick. And that's great because our storage system is nowhere close to taking 2000 FE per tick. So as long as my storage device does not take more than 2K FE per tick. Oh my god, that's so difficult to say. Then we should be fine. Because also my solar panels generate way more than that. So I can run this triple solar panel setup for a long time and we'll be good to go. We will not have to worry about power in the slightest. Now, if we get into the more advanced stuff from these mod packs, then yeah, of course, we're going to have to get a little bit more power uppage, but for now, we were running just fine. And then it was time. It was time to start thinking about when I was going to transfer all of my items. But I was running low on chromatic iron, so I made a hammer. Now, this is where some really juicy stuff is going to come in. I collected as many vanilla immortality jewels as I could, and I cut them all down in size. Now, what does vanilla immortality do? If you have 100% vanilla immortality, your tool becomes unbreakable. I also added a picking jewel and 3 hammer-sized jewels to this hammer. Now, what is the point of making a hammer like this? I want to be able to mega strip mine, like carve out the walls of a mountain. And with this hammer, it was definitely possible. Just look at the sheer amount of destruction I can bring to the world with this. That's absolutely beautiful. We had already collected maybe like 10,000 deep slate in maybe just a minute, so it's insane. I also landed a chromatic iron vein almost instantly, which was absolutely blessed. It also had so much chromatic iron. This was another thick and juicy vein, giving me about 500 chromatic iron ore. Awesome. I then spent a really long time mining for redstone, because strip mining for redstone was going to be really important later down the road because of all the disk drives that we have to make, and they require a lot. Like a lot of redstone. Luckily for me, that was no problem. I also found a ton of iron, diamonds, gold. I collected pretty much everything I could find on my way. I spent about a day vein mining and strip mining with that hammer before I called it a day. I'd collected like 1,500 redstone as well, so we should be go for at least a long while now. Right? No, I'm kidding. We're gonna be able to go for a little while. The good thing was, with all that deep slate that I mined, I also had a ton of blocks to build the base further. And then it was time to start making those storage parts, because we need a lot of storage parts to make a lot of disk drives, if you catch my drift. Now the problem was that I ran out of carbon and all the other basic vault materials. So I headed straight into one of the vaults and I started looting everything up. Now the good thing was that I still had a plunder vault remaining, and this one was going to be absolutely great for basic resources. Because as you can see, my sickle melts. It absolutely melts through those wooden chests. I then found an X marks the spot room, and after so many failed attempts, it was finally time that we got a good one, right? Right? Oh, thank God this is a good one. Oh my goodness. This is really good for all the carbon that we were needing. Oh, I love it. And it actually ended up giving me more than 256 carbon, which is beautiful. Beautiful. Back at the base, I started storing away the most used ingredients in my crafting recipes into my refined storage network. This was going to make crafting a lot easier, as I didn't have to take all the items out of my storage device, and I could just craft everything inside of my refined storage, like these storage drives, or no, storage past it, man, I've already forgotten the name. The thing we need to make the storage disks. I crafted up 18 of them, which was gonna give me about 6 3K storage parts, and I already had 3 of them. So when I crafted up all the remaining storage parts, I ended up with 4, and then I crafted a couple more. So I ended up with 4K, sorry. Excuse me, wow, I am absolutely tripping. We ended up with 9 4K storage parts, which comes at about 36,000 items of storage that we can also add to the system. My first disk drive, oh my god, had more than 90,000 items. So we were good to go. I could finally start making my move. Now, I did, however, craft a second disk drive because I was going to need the additional storage, and making that disk drive is a lot cheaper than making a higher tiered storage disk. So for now, I was going to fill that one up with about 8 4K storage discs because those are relatively cheap to make. And I wanted to have as much storage as possible so I could keep running vaults and keep dumping all the stuff into my refined storage network. Now I did, however, spend a little bit of time compacting all of the items that could be compacted so I would save on a little bit of storage. And it was time to make my big move. And this was quite the project. I have to say, we really did a number on ourselves looting up all of those vaults. We got so much loot that it took me an absolute full day of just transferring items from one block to the other one. One storage to the other one. But in the long run, it was going to be much, much better. And it was all going to be worth it. I then took out a lot of the vault bronze that I had laying around. And I was going to do some transmogrifications because we had these power transmogs unlocked. And, I mean, running around in a radiation suit sounds kind of fun, right? It sounds kind of fun. Come on, this thing has to look dope. And I gotta say, it did not disappoint. This gear set looks actually pretty cool. I ain't gonna lie. And then, of course, it was time to spend a little bit more time on transferring more items. Because, yeah, of course, one day wasn't enough to transfer everything. I definitely did not see that one coming. I'm going to keep it real with you guys. I did not think it was going to take me so long to transfer all that equipment. So at some point I got kind of sick of it. And I was pretty much done with transferring everything that wasn't random garbage. So I plunked in my crystal and I checked what new mod I wanted to work towards. Now there's a couple of contenders. There is the backpack mod. There is the mechanism mod, and there's also create. Those are 3 mods that I definitely want to unlock pretty soon because those seem like a lot of fun. The create things are going to look absolutely beautiful in my vault. And now that we were running a more heavy ability power setup, I melt through mobs. This plunder vault stood absolutely no chance at all. Looting up dungeons was absolutely beautiful. These plunder vaults are so stacked with loot. Even spawning random mobs as a trap did not bother me at all. I then ran across a second dungeon, which was pretty cool. It was a normal pillager dungeon, but this one had... Wait for it. Coins everywhere. We were going to get rich in this one. I'm telling you guys. We are going to become a millionaire in the vault. It is kind of one of my things that I really want to do. I want to have a storage network that has 1,000,000 vault bronze inside of it. That would be really sick. What would be even cooler is 1,000,000 vault bronze, 1,000,000 vault silver, and 1,000,000 vault gold. Although I don't think that's reasonable, but still, it sounds really cool. I then also found a third dungeon, which was a skeleton dungeon with gilded chests. So this vault was absolutely stacked with loot. Because when I went and looked over at how many chests we mined 165 chests. That's nuts. 215 coin piles. That's absolutely nuts. And as well as all these crazy gems. So yeah, this plunder vault was definitely by far, I think, one of my best runs that I have done so far in this video. I also started compacting some more of the garbage items that were inside of my storage facility. And I kept the recipe on the down low, you know, just right at the left-hand side in the JEI menu. It's gonna be good. I then went inside the next plunder vault and I was ready to go absolute ham. Time for bonkers mode. Loot up. And I actually was looking around for omega rooms and I didn't find any, so I might have not done what I just said and just dipped. Who knows? Maybe I did that. We'll never know, huh? And I spent a little bit of time making a sort of platform because I was in need of an emerald trader. Because we were kind of running low on emeralds. And what better way to get emeralds than to get a Fletcher in your base that trades sticks? It's just great. I also decorated his room a little bit so it would look nice into the base, nice and integrated. And then I realized I actually also had to make a bed for this dude. Yeah, I kind of didn't give him a place to sleep in. First, he had to do some trades, though. First, he had to be working a little bit, and then I would give him a place to sleep. Guess that's a fair deal, right? After crafting a bed and making it accessible for him, which is also pretty important, you want to be able to actually reach your bed. I get that. And I now had my resident emerald trader. I crafted up my next crystal, and it was time to do a little bit of grinding. I wanted some experience, man. I wanted some experience. And then I repaired all of my gear because we were running dangerously low on durability. And I wanted to keep my power set for a little bit longer before we switched it out for something else. I also went and checked how you need to make those gem clusters in order to get your specific treasure keys. And oh my god, is this insanely expensive. To make one cluster, you need, and I kid you not, 72 of the same type of gem and 8 of those opals, perfect opals. And 8 times 4 is 40, no, is 32, so half a stack of opal and then 72 gems. Yeah, kind of crazy, right? After my latest luck with the X marks the room spot, I made 2 more inscriptions, hoping I could strike it big, combining all those ornates together with the X mark the rooms. And I wanted to make 1 more X mark room. And then we were going to run another architect vault. But first, it's time for this one. This gonna be one special vault because we haven't run one quite like this. This is a defeat the Guardians one. Meaning when we find a pillar and we summon it, Guardians will spawn. This might be where the series goes absolutely south. Yeah. I'm not sure if I'm ready for this, dude. We are not geared up for this. I'm running a level 42 sword and we're on the level 50 dungeon. Well, not a dungeon, a vault. I keep calling them dungeons. But anyway, you get the point I'm trying to make, right? This is going to be one hell of a vault. Also, I don't even know how these work, so there's that as well. That's quite the rare find. Okay, am I ready for this? No. Oh my god, what? Okay, so that did work as intended. Oh my god, these deal a lot of damage. Holy, and they're fast. Oh my god. They got a lot of range on them. Oh, what the hell is going on? Oh my god. What? Oh, there's only 4 pillars. Okay, so it shows how many mobs it spawns. I love this vault. Oh my god, this is cool. It's scary, but it's really cool. If one of these that gets summoned is a goddamn champion, then I am done for. That thing's gonna rip me to shreds. Hey. Stay behind the pot. I said stay behind the pot. Wacko. Corner strat. Boom, 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 boom. You don't even know what to do. Crit on your ass. There we go. I will use any and every strategy at my disposal to give myself an easier time for more loot. That's the way I run things. These damn silverfish don't seem to agree with me, though. That's for sure. Oh, I see champion over there. Oh, hello, buddy. Come on, purple. Yes! Level 50 pants, bro. Level 50 pants. Okay, that's big. That's big. I like that. I like that. Change that to 92, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Ooh, strongbox. Nice. All right. What are we looking at over here? This goes all the way around. This is nuts, man. I got a long way to go back. Because we got level 35 pants. Level 35. This is 15 levels difference. Jawbone pants with a... Ah! What do you mean? Why is this thing following me? Come on. You gotta be kidding me, man. Hold on. So, the difference is 4 armor. We got the highest roll. We got more ability power. All the other rolls are absolute ass, so we're gonna be we're gonna have to re-roll this for quite a bit because I really like the health, the item quantity, and the mana regen. Those are really good stats, so I want to keep those kinds of stats. There's an obelisk. Woo, scary. Okay, I'm fueled up. I'm ready to go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. You boys do not know what's in for you. All right, poison these two. Run a couple combos on them. The microphone was behind my face. Heal, heal, heal. Okay, good, good, good. Let's see what we're dealing with here. Combo, 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 combo. Woo! Oh, you ain't got nothing on me, boy. You ain't got nothing on me. Woo! Oh, yeah. 2 obelisks to go. I haven't been looting that much, but we did get a load of stuff from those ornate chests, so I am already digging that. Okay, did I really get a triple village? Are you fucking kidding me? That's insane. Instead of giving me a village, give me a damn puzzle room, will ya? Yo, let's go, let's go, let's go. No, no, you don't. I clear it. Easy mode. Good. Okay. We got the perfect stage to fight this last one. It really just spawned the mobs. Okay, anyway. We go in. We go in. Okay. We got a good poison off. We got a really good poison off. So it killed a couple of them. Don't really know how to deal with these guys because their range is just absolutely insane. Okay, I might use the water. Employ water tactics. Man, they are fast. And they hit hard. Okay, I need a bit of mana. I'll place the totem down. That's no problem. It can be placed in the water. Are you kidding me? That's kind of wild. I want to... Oh my god. I wanted to say that I want another poison, but I guess that doesn't matter right now. Oh, that's a clutch heal. Holy! Oh, what? It's still hitting me from afar? Are you kidding me? Woo! Okay. Guess that's that. Wow, obelisk 1 done. Holy, that got a little close at the end. I definitely need a second damaging spell that has range on it. Alright, let's just reforge. Attack damage, health, mana regen, and item rarity. High mana regen, low health. Okay, I'm gonna try it again. 50%. What? You gotta be kidding me. 4 armor extra, 50% mana regen. That is a sick roll. Level 4 Spirit gives you 125% mana regeneration in a 16 radius at a 45 second duration. The cooldown of 240, which is very long. So Spirit Totem in terms of return on investment goes very hard. Now, the other thing that I wanted to check out is, this is called a potion, not a vial. Potion. Right. Okay, this one, Slaughter Potion. Kill vault mobs to restore charge. It doesn't matter. We'll get levels back fast, anyway. We are looking for a bit of gold. Whoa, I almost got shot off. That was questionably very scary. Hello? I really don't want to fall in. I really don't want to fall in. Right, I'll take it. This is gonna get me up to a lot of stacks very quickly. You know what? That's the hatred is for specific situations. And then I'll get the slaughter on the spirit totem, and that's gonna be for general moving about. You know what I mean? So I got the slaughter one for specific, and that one for general vaulting. Excuse me. Oh my god. I think we're just gonna have to spin up the next vault, to be honest. What does the smite ability do? While active, Smite will periodically strike a mob within range, dealing a percentage of your ability power, and transferring any on-hit modifiers to the target. Yeah, just like that, we're going into the next one, baby. I already know. Give me the obelisks. Ah, man, an elixir, really? Can't even be satisfied with normal elixir vault anymore. I just had the funniest thing happen to me. So, yesterday night, I finished recording. I'm like, all right, I'll take like maybe like hour break. Watch some of The Rookie, like a new Netflix show I haven't gotten into. I finished Solo Leveling episode 1. Shit was absolute straight fire. Like 24 minutes, absolute peak anime. I read the manhwa a while back, like a good while. And let me tell you, that stuff was one of the best power fantasies I have ever seen in any type of media. It was so straight up my alley, you can't even believe it. Oh, I heard the guys in the Discord talk about like at level 30, no, level 50, like 50, 52-ish. That's when mobs start becoming the most powerful. Oh my god. That hurt like a mother. What? Why are you healing? Stop doing that! Stop healing! No! It just keeps healing! Are you kidding me? What is going on? Can I only use one potion at a time? Are you kidding me? That's stupid. That's stupid. No! Stop healing! You're taking off precious vault time. I will finish you. No! He's gonna kill me! Holy shit! What? Gotta lock in. Oh my god! I need a better weapon. Holy shit. Bulk spawn time. Let's go. Did you really just critically hit me? Asshole. Yeah, that's right. Die by poison. Die by the poison, man. That's what you get. This is a strange looking POI. This is also a... Oh, that's a champion. Oh my god. And a dungeon door. Shoo. That's nice. I like that though. Okay. Taking it a bit different this time. Ooh, Vault trinket, baby! Let's go! What? That's insane! Okay, what is this dungeon? Difficulty normal, piglin dungeon. Alright, let's go, let's go, let's go. I am ready for shit, man. Ooh, I did not expect you to have a ranged ability. An Omega Magnet? Oh my god, what? What the fuck? What? This vault's been so crazy. Okay. It's time to open that Omega Magnet, bro. Omega Magnet. Are you kidding me? That thing's gonna slap like a madman. That thing is gonna slap like a madman. This thing can run pretty much infinitely, I'm pretty sure. I do have to put it onto a key binding. So I can activate Archon, and I can see here that it's activated. And we're staying at a solid 99%. Now, if I use an ability, do I still have... I still have a crazy amount of regen. It's time to open this thing. Omega Magnet, brother. Omega Magnet. Let's go. What is this bad boy got? What? Oh, it's got 2 empty prefixes. Sheesh. I'm gonna re-roll this sucker into oblivion. Extra velocity. Mining speed. That's a nasty magnet right there. That's high copiously. Shit. Okay. Come on, come on, come on. Give me something sick. Give me something absolutely sick. What is that? Tino's necklace. 25% item quantity. 25 uses as well. Dude, that is nuts. How do you craft one of those? Vault diamonds, vault gold, alexandrite, a lot of them, and trinket scrap. I will put in, and I will make another X marks the spot. This one has 8% completion. So this one better be damn worth it. Better be damn worth it. 3X marks the spot. So we're running on a 62% completion. With 1 ornate. 2 ornate. Random negative modifier. Didn't get it. Still didn't get it. 1 random negative modifier. Instability of 54%. That's pretty high. 3X marks the room spots. 3 ornate modifiers. Only 8 minutes. Only 8 minutes. That is very low. It removes 10% max health, so I'm gonna be down to, I think, 9 hearts. High risk, high reward, right? Oh my god. Am I ready for this? I don't know if I'm ready for this. Let's fucking do it. Shit. Are you kidding me? Come on. Give me the room I deserve. Are you kidding me? That would be so ass, knowing that I used 5 catalysts on it. Oh my god. There's no way. There's no way. I'm tripping. Oh my god. My whole day ruined. My whole day's ruined, man. 3 rooms. All duds. All 3 of them. I'm fucking cursed, man. Man! What do you mean? Now I'm salty. Spent all those resources. This could have been an insane vault. I can't believe this. I'm sleeping it off. I gotta take a break from this, man. Nah, this ain't not cool. I'm watching my show again for a while. Okay, we're back. I only got one thing to say about what happened in that vault. Gambling's bad. Don't do gambling. Go for the secure option, because as you saw right there, that's some real YouTuber luck right there. I got absolutely nothing in that vault crystals, because I think we're gonna need 2 more in order to get to level 52. Oh. Oh. Huh? Huh? 118? 30 flowers? 9 mossy cobblestone. Do I even have any mossy cobblestone? Are you kidding me, dude? 118 of those damn dead things? Seriously, what kind of fault are we making? That's all I'm wondering, to be honest. Why couldn't it just be the blocks? The vault gods decide what the vault gods decide, and that's that. I am not staying in there any longer than I need to. I am not. I am not. We're gonna be spinning this bad boy up, and we are going ham. And oh my god, this is a crystal one. There's a lot of mobs here, dude. Oh, there is a lot of mobs here. Oh my god. There is so many mobs here. What do I do? First of all, activate Archon. Well, it was already activated. I'll just poison everything. I guess that works. There was a champion that spawned. Wow. Whoa! Omega chestplate! What do you mean? Holy! There's no way! Dude, that's insane. That's insane. Oh my god. Black Opal Benny Tie. Oh my. Man, this is a treat. After the X rooms, this is such a treat. Oh, I love it. All right, stack up, boys. Stack up. Line them up. Line them up. Oh! Wow! So no favors. Where's the favor? Ah, here we got a favor. What is this one? Kill assassin mobs. Wait, are slimes considered assassin mobs? Yeah, they are. Okay. Ah, here we go. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Ooh. Here we go. Windar's favor. Windar gives me mana regeneration and cooldown. Okay, that was a pretty good vault. Wow, 50,000 vault experience. Holy. That was enough to level us up. But that is nice. It also turned into a new day. We're on day 96, my guys. 96. Alright, so trinket time. We got another vault trinket. Boys, when did we get this? I don't remember. Give me a blue one. Ooh! Carapace. Grants immunity to poison, slowness, mining fatigue, and fire. Wow! Nice. That's pretty good. That is pretty good, man. Okay, 9% increased ability power, 9 health, item rarity, healing efficiency, mana regeneration, 3 armor. Oh! Holy shit, this is good. Oh my god. This has literally every single one of the stats that I wanted. Whoa, this looks insane. Oh my god. Black chromatic steel. Also got a mod box. Let's do that. What did we get? What did we get? We got another disk drive. Dude. Dude. That's insane because disk drives require 2 black chromatic steel, a ton of quartz, and this is good. We eating good, dude. We eating good. Holy, we are eating good. They also drop. Excuse me. We're gonna take a short break and then we're gonna finish this vault and then do the quest with the scavenger hunt one, and then it's gonna be time to wrap up because that's gonna take 2 days at least to do those 2 vaults. Oh yeah, that's right. We have this vault with 50% item rarity. It's insane. It's about to be an immaculate vault. Right, what is... Oh my god, dude, this is the gilded one. That is insane. Okay. Library is actually pretty crazy. With 50% rarity bonus. And even then... Whoa, we got 3 key fragments. Dude! 55... Whoa! That was big. And we make a flashy exit. Hey, can't tell me that wasn't cool. We did level up to 52. Perfect. We did spend a day in the vault, so 98. You guys are in for a treat. We got a ton of carbon. Also, look at all this vault gear that we got. That is majestic, to say the least. No, it's a level of Poison Nova. That is fine because we got also Poison Cloud 2 on that one and 6% increased ability power as well as double the ability power. So this Poison Cloud should do a nasty amount of damage. Oh yeah. The series is shining its beautiful glory upon me as it gave me a very cheap craft for my last vault. Yeah, this is the last vault we're running on the series. Pretty crazy, actually. We got any other bounty lined up? This one is empty jars. Yeah, that's what we were looking for. Now I kind of wish I didn't skip that legendary bounty. Oh well. Nothing I can change about that now. The only thing I can do is gather up some crying obsidian for when things go sideways on the vault. Okay. Whoa. Whoa. What? Oh my god. Okay, this is a very scary dungeon. Alright, like that. Oh my god. Oh, what the? Dude, what is this stuff? Hey, Chief, I ain't gonna lie. This is starting to get real scary. Real fast. Like, real fast. Echo Gem. Big. What are you? What are you? What in... Oh my god. What in the living hell was that? Soul of Vulture. Crazy. Absolutely nuts. I think we could go. 6 Echo Gems. Okay. I think it's time to get out this vault. Overstayed my welcome by quite some time. Because it is day 99. We are just 1 day short of completing, surviving 100 days in Vault Hunter. Hardcore. Okay, good thing. Claim this quest. Got some black chromatic iron and some vault ingots. I do have that. Nice. That is a good fast quest reward. Especially because it gives me 24 chromatic steel. And as you saw, that is incredibly expensive. Then it's time for the booster packs. We got 113 of them. And it's also time for these. Alright, let's do this. Nice. Okay, we got quite a bit of this stuff. We have our first complete one. Earth Relic, Air Elemental, and Gold. So, what does this do? I really wonder what this does. Nazar Bounty for the first time. Wait, what is that? So what did that do? Gonna have to look into that, what that does. If you guys know what that does, leave it down in the comment section below, I'd say. Because I got no idea. I know this comes from Greece mythology. It's like the eye that keeps evil away, I think. Yeah, I went to Greece not too long ago. Pretty cool. Really lovely country. Lovely people. Holy, we got 6. Whoa! Okay. Awesome. That requires 32, however. Backpacks is 8. Might get into backpacks. Mechanism is what I really wanted to get into. Right. Boom. Mechanism is unlocked. I am gonna need a guide on that. Oh. Atomic alloy? Digital miner. That requires an Omega Pog. That's incredibly expensive. That is disgustingly expensive. But it allows you to get a digital miner. What does this thing do? 32 max radius. 32 max radius. How do you even automate something like that? That does not make sense. Well, I think we're gonna have some fun exploring mechanism. Alright. Here we go. This was Vault Hunters. I really hope you guys enjoyed. I mean, for me it's been a lot of fun and a lot of pain, as you saw in the beginning. I'm probably way too tired to do this intro because I've been awake for, let's say, a good 26 hours. Solid 26 hours, like passing out every few so often. Every few often. What am I even saying? Words are not wording. Sunset, or sunrise rather said. Very beautiful, standing on top of this glowstone. On top of this really cool base. Yeah, it's been real, guys. I love this mod pack, actually, to its core. So, I actually got an important announcement to make. I wanted you guys to hear it from me live, but this mod pack is so awesome that I decided I'm going to try a couple of streams on this. It's going to be a fun way for me to hang out with you guys, interact a little bit, chat, while I can grind away at this mod pack, because I may or may not have gotten a little addicted to Vault Hunters. So yeah, I hope you guys want to stick around and see that happen, because we got a lot more grinding to do. We are only halfway to the maximum vault level. We do not have any of these reputations, which is very weird, as we did a lot of those crazy things. We have so many more mods to unlock, so many more expertises to get, so many more skills to unlock. Like, I really did like the Archon build at the end. That was pretty sick. And the thing you have all been waiting for, 0 failed vaults. 46 total vaults entered. 30 completed, 16 survived. We killed only 7,400, really. But we dealt a whopping 500,000 damage. 500,000 damage. We mined 4,500 blocks. We looted 3,600. Oh my god. 3,600 chests, of which only 159 were trapped. So, yeah, Vault Hunter's been real. It's been awesome. I love this mod pack, and I hope you guys did too. And yeah, get ready for that stream. It's going to be awesome. All right. This has been me, your boy, ElAbro. And I'm out. I'm going to crash, take a nap, watch some Netflix, and probably take a shower and then drink a beer and pass the fuck out. With some anime. Man, that sounds good. All right. I'll catch you on the flip side, guys. Bye.